What's more American than slaying your oppressors? What's more American than liberty or death first? Man, I thought we were founded on abolishing the tyranny of those who would starve a village all to live empirically. And I regret that I have only one life to give for my cause, now that I can see the cause so clearly. I want our leaders, regardless of party, to fear me. I will pick my targets and assassinate them lyrically. I will bring a mountain to the town square, hook them to the pillory and leave them there. Hillary, I'll see you there. Hillary, I'll see you there.
You can't keep giving us nothing and think we're bluffing about coming for your heads. Why play civil if you won't listen to 50,000 dead? Now we know our mission, we form a militia, make Congress a prison. Why play civil when all these dead won't make you listen?
Welcome to the fantasy of rhetoric. Welcome to the last of the free speech while we can get it. And I promise you can get it. All you corporate Democrats, second wave Confederates, GOP illusionists, and neo-Nazi bureaucrats. And Stephen fucking Miller, I will see you in the aftermath. When all the laws are dust, there's just moral justice after that. And I will hunt you through the wasteland if it comes to that. So I can rub you in the dirt like a cheap human Brillo pad. I can sleep fine when our beds are burning, Stephen, but I'll turn around and run into the blaze to get my pillow back. As long as I can lay my head down, I can live with that. I can deal with a little ash. I can feel like a little of the old me burn with the bed and the rest of my past. The old world where we all lived and we can't get back. The old world where you didn't give and you'd still get back. Where you could rake in 12 billion and give none back. Those days are behind us, the virus will kill all that. Your wealth is behind us and kindness is meant for the past. Our leaders would bind us and starve us and call it a fast. A sacrament meant for their God that they garnish in cash. And they feed it the poor by the hundreds, that's all that it asks. Its hunger is legion and people in need are all it will have. So our only chance is to starve it and hope that it turns on them.
You can't keep giving us nothing and think we're bluffing about coming for your hands. Can't keep giving us nothing and think we're bluffing about coming for your hands.
So if you don't trust the CIA or you don't trust like our institutions, then what do you trust? Wait, so if you don't trust the CIA or you don't trust like our institutions, then what do you trust?
The last track, I think I only blinked once. I skipped lunch. Blinked twice. Christ, shut your eyes. Now open wide. Fascists took the nation and inflation took a supersize. It's sad to say your teachers couldn't quite make the ends collide. But now you'll probably get to see them on the weekends doing Uber drives. Say lube it with a little oil. One, it tastes expensive too. You'd be surprised how well it helps you open up your throat so you consume the lie of human rights that was sold to you by suits and ties, designer scents on plastic men with patient fangs and ancient vice. You know, the kind of greed that makes a person lose the sight of morals, so it's easier to sleep at night. It's easier to ease their minds and pick a foreign people we could demonize. If you take a sec to sink into how war criminals think, you'll know you'd never want to see inside. If every man's an open book to look within, theirs are bound in human skin and not designed for human eyes. They are wearing human skin, but they can simply not be humanized. They aren't worth the lowest of the poor they swore to crucify. Holy sweet Geneva, there's a mass grave full of dead believers you called the police on cause you don't believe in squatters' rights. You believe the sanctity of human life is relative to human worth in terms of work and dollar signs. So listen when I say you need to find the light of day before it's too late to apologize. Like holy sweet Geneva, here's a mass grave you can colonize. Because you seem to love to talk about the spirit of America. But if you saw the spirit of this land's supposed character, I think that you'd be calling ICE. And I also think the actual America is truly represented by the call to ICE. Is represented best by the descendants of some immigrants bitching about the immigrants, snitching on some immigrants, then playing dumb and innocent like good little Christians when their neighbors get deported. Until they're screaming at the store that they waited 20 minutes more because the staff was short. Because some ordinary bigot started waging war on immigrants.
Just an off-the-cuff chat between you and me. Us. We want to talk right down to earth in a language that everybody here can easily understand.
Who are these people?
It's us. We're these people.
I love that intro. I love that intro so much.
I'm here with a different co-host this time, Oz LaFave.
Hey guys, thanks so much for having me on.
Friend of the show, DJ Joe Nice. How are you, friend?
What's good? And you hear Nick say this all the time. The United States is the most propagandized country in the world.
We are so fucked, you guys. Again, I'm sorry for being cynical, but seriously, we're fucked. We are fucked. We are well and truly fucking fucked.
Just appreciate all the work that you do and the platforms that you all are providing.
Hey, you. Doing good. How are you guys doing?
And as independent media, we have a responsibility to be, we don't hide our bias, obviously, but we must stay true to the facts.
What's up, Pam?
Cheers and salutations. Smoke them if you got them.
But I am here with a man that I've been waiting to talk to for the last couple of years, Nico House.
As an educator, what I would suggest is that, first of all, podcasts like these are made.
So you need to be an example for the people and for the future, knowing that your words can actually change the future.
What do you feel? What would Kwame Ture feel we would have to do?
Well, politics is every day of every minute. You have to be aware of what's going on. Not voting on one day, so the vote has never meant anything. So I'm not a Democrat.
See, I would call that guy the Black Obama.
No. The issues that we talk about, listen to us.
As always, kids, labels are bad. Stay independent. Good night, fam.
INN News.
What's up, fam? It's INN News. It's me, Reef Breland, with my co-host as always, Collin Radix-Carter, aka Care Bear. Care Bear, how are you? We got a bunch of fun stuff planned this evening. So
yeah, I'm pretty good. How are you, Reef?
I'm fantastic. So we got some guests coming up. If you want to tell people about them.
So we're very excited to introduce Marcus and Tamara, two organizers from the Free Palestine Charleston organization. They're the ones that had the viral moment last week at Mother Emanuel AME Church when they confronted Biden regarding the Gaza conflict. So we're very fortunate to have them on. So welcome Marcus, welcome Tamara to the show.
Welcome.
Hey.
Hey. Yes.
Hi.
So yeah, once again, guys, thanks a lot for being here, and just very fortunate enough that schedules aligned that you were able to come in and talk with us tonight. And I just actually want to kind of start off by just asking, if you don't mind kind of getting into it right away. Can you share more about your organization and how it got started?
Yeah, so I'll start and I'll pass it off to Tamara. So I'm Marcus McDonald, Charleston Black Lives Matter. Not gonna go too deep in when we started, but we've been around in Charleston since 2015, 2014, before the massacre, even after with the shooting of Walter Scott in Charleston. So we've been around the city doing this work for a minute.
Yeah, and I'm Tamara. I'm with Free Palestine Charleston. I was one of their founding members. Free Palestine Charleston is a grassroots organization that was started spontaneously between just two people that were very passionate about ending the occupation in Palestine. And they kind of just decided to start, and it's just been growing since then. And as a Palestinian, I have been aware of the Palestinian struggle for liberation because contrary to what a lot of people believe, it didn't start following the aftermath of October 7th. It's been an ongoing struggle since the Nakba of 1948. And I've never really had the opportunity to speak on this. I've never really been welcomed in spaces to speak on it until like organizations like these were started. So I kind of jumped at the opportunity to join when an organization like this was started for us locally.
Nice.
So, well, actually, I do want to ask you since you brought it up. So just generally as a Palestinian, how has it, well, I'm sure it was not great, prior to October 7th, but I think just how has it been, in terms of you just kind of adjusting to what's happening now, post October 7th?
I really don't think that it's anything that anyone can ever fully accept or adjust to or wrap their head around even. This is genocide at the end of the day. So people are being murdered, they're being killed, women, children, men, all of them. And this draws an interesting point about the dehumanization that goes on in the media when talking about the Palestinian struggle, because we are in an imperialist country that economically and politically benefits from the displacement and the dehumanization of Palestinians. So it's never something that I have really been able to wrap my head around or adjust to. It's very disheartening seeing people that share your same identity being killed for geopolitical gain.
So obviously you guys had, you guys went viral last week when you confronted Biden. Can you give us more details in terms of the planning that went prior into, preparing for this protest and this confrontation? I'm only asking because there's been a lot of, I think you guys have seen the heat you've been getting online in terms of, oh, these people, like, you disrupted the church and you disrupted all the grandmas in the church and whatnot. So can you just share, like, in detail as best as you can, like, what was the planning like and how many were you who were part of this? Because from what you said in your, because you guys gave a statement afterward, there was a lot more information that wasn't necessarily communicated, or at least was not assumed to be the case. So can you just kind of clarify here, like, the details surrounding that, and then just the planning that you went prior to this confrontation?
Yeah, for sure. And I thank you for that question. I'll answer it with respect and out of the safety of some of the organizers. Some parts you will be missing out, but I'll give you the scope.
Sure.
And just some background for people who didn't know. And this also helps with the context of, like, even the church itself. Mother Emanuel existed before 2015, before the massacre. A lot of people recognized it then, but it's my great-grandmama's church. My great-grandmother was actually one of the oldest members before she passed at 103. She was there from 1908 to 2011, and Reverend Clement Pinckney actually gave her eulogy, and I was there for it. So to be able to see him and like be in community again, I've seen him in sermons, et cetera, you know, as throughout my childhood, and then to see him get massacred and killed like that at that church, I was still, I think it was like around 18 when that happened, and you know, obviously being disgusted and angry and all the feelings that a lot of people around the nation, around the globe are feeling. And to be now, you know, with my organizing, I already hate it. I absolutely despise it when politicians exploit the massacre for political gain, specifically white politicians. And they'll do this locally, but also on a nationwide scale. So this is the ultimate disrespect for a man to come into this church who has blood on his hands from the genocide he's actively benefiting and promoting, and you know, what's the word, dehumanizing Palestinians by talking about the body count isn't what it is, and different things throughout this whole last few months. So when we got the news that he was going to be speaking, we got it around like Wednesday or Thursday, and we started going to meticulous planning because we're like, all right, this is happening. We're going to at least have to do something. So we organized the protest outside. We had people outside, not Mother Emanuel, because one, we knew the block was going to be shut down, but also the optics of protesting out of church is not something you want. And just being out of respect for like the general members, we didn't want to protest out there. So we was like, all right, let's do Marion Square, and out of the safety for everybody, obviously, let's do Marion Square, which is right next to it. And going back into the history of real quick about Mother Emanuel, before 2015 and just throughout, it's had a revolutionary history. Reverend Clement Pinckney was targeted because he stood up for the body cameras, for heirs property, for Black people in general, and a hate crime bill, which is later named after him, that we still haven't got passed in this state. And he was targeted for just being that person. And before him, you had Denmark Vesey, who was planned an insurrection in Charleston. He was hung, him and over 20 other Black men. This is like in the 1800s. And this is, again, a slave revolution that started. He was a founding member of Mother Emanuel. So this is the history we're talking about, the church, and it goes into even the 60s of the Crest County sit-ins. I ain't gonna give you all the whole history detail, but again, this is like what goes into like us before we even go into this. We know the history. We know, again, the Reverend. I know the Reverend and his son and my cousins, the lead trustees. So it's like, it's not like we had no idea about this church. Like, again, we know about it. And the original plan was for me to do the interruption, because with me not only knowing the church and have that relationship with the church, but also it's like it is a Black church, and I, you know, had that relationship, had a poise to be able to do it. So, and the second plan was to have Tamara to do it because it was a historical moment to show solidarity between Black and Palestinian folks, and also her, as she said before, she's never gotten a chance to speak or have the platform for any of this to speak on these issues specifically to the president. So that was the goal, to show that solidarity. And again, we planned it in about 4 days. A group of like, you know, around 20 people against the Secret Service of about 7,000 people. And we went in, and it was really a mustard seed operation. Again, some details can be left out, but the people who came inside were registered in. Once I tried to get in, I got through the first checkpoint. The second checkpoint, I'm giving them my ID, and this white dude who I don't know at the time, Secret Service, in a suit, taps me. He's like, "Hey, you know, you're Marcus," and I already have my ID out because, you know, you have to show it to get in. And I'm like, "Yes." So let me talk to you for a second. And at that moment, I already knew, like, and I'm gonna talk my way through it. It's a wrap. So I was like, all right. But I had already seen everybody else went in. So I was like, all right, boom. They're in, they're good. I'm gonna just like see what I can do and maybe cause a little disruption if I can outside. So like as soon as he tells me that, and generally I was real pissed off because like even like the way he went about it, he said like, "You're not welcome here." And for a white man to say that to me outside my great grandmama church, like, nah, I started going off. So I started
while pointing at.
I tried to limit my curse.
Yeah.
While pointing and I was like, I was trying to limit. Yeah, and I was like, I tried to limit my curse words because we were outside the church, but I was like, I was very mad, and they started like, you had like at least like 5 or 6 Secret Service people around me at one point, and then I called everybody. I'm gonna call like, "What's your name? What's your last name?" Like, started like pointing people out, and I called the Reverend, and this dude comes out. I don't recognize him at the time, but it turns out to be the Reverend, and we talk. I talked to his son, And they told me that the reason I'm being barred from entry is because I've been outspoken on the Charleston BLM page about or against Biden and for holding them accountable for the genocide. So they see this and they just tell me verbatim, like, I'm not let in. And I'm like, all right, whatever. Reverend shakes my hand. I end up talking to him this past Sunday. We talked it out. And, I don't get let in. I stay outside. I play my trombone and make some noise. And again, the rest is history. Like, Tamara and them were let in. And there's actually somebody who wasn't even really into the deep of the plan, but she was a Black lady who was a member of the church and sat next to Tamara and them. And she was a Black girl who stood up. Like, I know her, I'm not going to name her, but I have a good relationship with her. She's a recent graduate and real powerful person. Just like out of knowing like what I'm about, I've talked to her a little about it. It's like happened like almost in that way, even spontaneously. So there's a lot of folks in solidarity, Amy, people who weren't in the video who like stood up. So there's a lot of optics, and it's interesting to see like the media twist narratives when it's not about you and it's about something else, but when it's like about your action, we had like, you know what I mean, with Whoopi Goldberg and other people. We'll get into that in another question, but it's like
speaking of
that response was big.
I wanted to show the people at home the actual thing that happened that your comrades were capable of. So it's only a minute, so super short. They don't let you protest very long.
That's all right. That's all right. That's all right.
Yeah.
So to clarify, Marcus, you go to this church. You've grown up in this church.
Yeah, but I say I went more as a child than I do now, but I went like this past Sunday. Yeah.
Right. So did you talk to your pastor regarding your concerns about Biden coming in prior to him showing up?
No, I decided not to because I knew that I was going to raise red flags and I didn't want to put in jeopardy the mission. So I talked to him and several other people from the church afterwards.
And I'm not sure if you can mention any details, but what was said? What was said regarding after this whole went down? Like, what did your pastor say to you after this?
Well, yeah, I'm not going to go too deep in details, and it was a brief conversation, but yeah, we pretty much talked about, having mutual respect for each other and how we just have to move forward and continue the conversation. Because like, again, he knows that, my voice can't be thrown away and, that we're going to have to exist in the same city. Like Biden already left, like we here together. So like, how can we start working with folks from the mosque, folks from, different communities and bring people together and not just be an active, or be just happy to be there, but like be an active member, and like how the Black church used to be, like be a place where organizers can come and really speak their voice and really welcome us more. So it's really started that conversation a little bit more.
So along with that, I do want to ask you, how did you feel with the response, assuming that many of the people in the congregation at the time do go to that church, the response that most of them had saying 4 more years after that, once you left or tomorrow?
Yeah, so I'll make a correction on that and I'll pass it to Mata. But the correction was the majority of the people in that room at that moment were not part of the congregation.
Okay.
That was more white people than I've ever seen in that church ever, I swear to God. And it was, I swear, I've never seen that many white, because it's a Black church and like white people have come there more even after the massacre, which I find kind of weird. But yeah, it's like never that many white folks out there. And again, I have nothing against white people, obviously, but they like, and also they were the one who started the 4 more years chant. It wasn't like from what I've seen, like Black people joined in afterwards.
Okay.
It was like for people who I've heard who were in the audience, like, yeah, it was an older white dude who started the 4 more years chant in response to what we were saying. So I want to make that clarification. But as far as the response, people who actually go to the church and live there, you got OG elder people who, like, some of them I can name, but like I'm talking about like people who are in the history books for what they've done and like have texted me like no reservation, like he shouldn't have been there in the first place, like totally on my side. And then you have yeah, exactly. So you have that, and then you have some of the other side being like, well, I was there and I thought you could have maybe done it differently. And you could have, like, they was trying to play the more respectability politics role. Like, maybe you could have met him in Hannibal's. And I was like, you're talking about the president of the United States. If y'all wanted to make a table for me, you would have invited me or let me in the church. But like, you could have found your place. I wasn't given the opportunity. And as Tamara said before, she's never been given the space. And as even a Black young American, we don't rarely get those spaces in a lot of the older Black organizations that invited him in and, co-spoke with him. So the response from them sometimes been negative, but a lot of them, as I was saying before, I've been in the city doing this work. So like they like kind of understood like the overall reason behind it. And I'm like, all right, what's the next steps? Let's still conversate, whatever. And then on the middle, you had somebody who I'm also not gonna mention, but he's like really deeply connected to the massacre. A few people actually who's like had family who was killed in the massacre who like was really off-putted by it originally because like their PTSD of the massacre and like with their family, but then being like, well, like now that you talked to me about it, maybe I don't have a full understanding about what's going on there. Or, like maybe I should have been speaking about it. You know what I mean? Like, and some people even from the massacre who didn't even want him to be there because they don't like to get the church to be politicized like in that way anyway. So you had like a lot of people just from like different sides, and again, the media has taken their own little route with it and kind of like, excluded and decentered the organizers from it, which I feel like is a tactic to like kind of just like let the narrative go as it's going. But
it leads us to our next
overall
one of our next questions.
Yeah, I said
what were you hoping to achieve with this protest? What was the end goals here?
Yeah. What we were hoping to achieve was exactly what we stated in that church on Monday, in Mother Emanuel, which is a ceasefire. We wanted Biden to know that we are not okay with his current decisions that him and his administration are choosing, and we do not support him for choosing to side with an apartheid regime and a genocide. And that's exactly what we were hoping to get out of that, for him to call for a ceasefire. And although he did respond by saying that he was working quietly with the IOF to kind of like remove their presence outside of Palestine, working quietly is nowhere near as effective as publicly calling for a ceasefire and an end to the genocide. 20,000 people have already been murdered, and we don't want more blood on our hands, nor do we want our tax dollars funding a genocide that's happening across the Atlantic.
Do you think, would you be set, so let's say if Biden calls for a ceasefire tomorrow, in your opinion, is that enough for you? Would that be enough for you?
I think a ceasefire is a minimum. I think asking for our children not to be murdered is a minimum. Asking for them to stop funding an illegal apartheid is a minimum. Asking them to stop using illegal phosphorus gas is a minimum. Asking for them to give them access to clean food and water rather than forcing them to starve to death is also a minimum. And asking for our rights back to our own land as Indigenous people of that land is also a minimum. These are just basic human rights of not only liberation, of just humanitarian overall. So a ceasefire is a start, but it doesn't necessarily mean that all is well, especially with the overwhelming amount of money that they have continuously used to support this genocide and this oppressive regime. It once again goes back to the extension of white imperialism in the Middle East, and the fact that like calling for a ceasefire doesn't negate the fact that there have already been lives lost, and that the struggle has been an ongoing existence for 75 years. I mean, previous to the horrible events of October 7th, Gaza has been in an open air prison before that for the past 16 years with limited access to food and water, which is another violation of the Geneva Convention. So if we're talking about all of this, no, not all is well, but it's a start so that we can start having the right conversations. But until that happens, we need to continue to use our voices to call for a ceasefire at a minimum, because that is what it's most important right now.
Right. So unfortunately, there may be a lot of people who might agree with you, but will make the argument, oh, if Trump, God forbid, were to be president, he will be a lot worse. So because of that, we have to vote for Biden, So what would you say to people who make that case in terms of well, I guess in this case, the greater of the two evils to kind of justify, us voting for Biden? So people who kind of say that, and I'm interested to hear how that makes you feel as a Palestinian.
Absolutely. There's so many things that I would like to say about this topic, starting with the fact that the polarized parties in America is definitely like an egocentric issue that is only centralized to America. But what's going on in Palestine isn't a Republican versus a Democratic issue. It is a humanitarian crisis that everyone around the globe has basically been calling for a ceasefire. So kind of trying to insert the American problems into this narrative that has nothing to do with America itself, or should I say the American political parties, is somewhat dehumanizing and contributes to the erasure that this isn't a bigger conflict than it actually is. With that said, I think irregardless of what political party any candidate is affiliated with, they should not be monopolizing on Palestinian lives or the Palestinian struggle. At the end of the day, Palestinians are human the same way all other people on this earth are human. And our voices and our struggle for liberation isn't just a tactic for you to gain votes in this next election. So I think that it goes to say that we will no longer be choosing between the lesser evils, because that's irrelevant when we're talking about a humanitarian crisis. We need to continue deciding on voting for policies that we think are right, rather than just simply affiliating with a party that we most align with.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. We've been there. So
yeah.
I mean, I think that's my frustration for sure when people, especially on the left, will mention this issue only because it affects Biden, and his re-election campaign. So I appreciate your thoughts there,
Yeah, it's Biden and his administration. I mean, the United States has had a history of funding Israel as an imperialist state, as we are colonialized, we have colonialized nations. And yes, we are speaking about Palestine now, but we will continue to fight for the liberation of all people, regardless of where they are around the world. And it has nothing to do with just Biden. It has something to do with the fact that any presidential administration needs to recognize that they need to do better when they're making decisions on behalf of their people.
Yeah.
So you guys were very fortunate to come to DC. I actually wish I knew that, because I'm based in DC. I could have met up with you guys there. But you went to the protests in DC over the weekend. I wasn't able to go. This time I went to the first one. So can you share your thoughts in terms of what you witnessed on Saturday and just your overall view of what you might have heard, or something that might have stuck out to you, maybe just as far as speaking, or just the support that you guys, that was obviously there in terms of having, I think it was almost 500,000 people represented, to show solidarity to Palestine. So,
do you mind if I
Yeah, go ahead.
answer
Please
the
do
first
it.
thing? I was honestly very overwhelmed. I felt like a strong sense of community and resilience and pride just seeing all the people there. And I think it goes to show that what necessarily the media covers when talking about this narrative isn't necessarily reflective of the actual support that we have amongst the people. So it was definitely very heartwarming to see the sort of overall national community showing solidarity with the Palestinians, regardless of which background they came from. So I was very happy to be there and to be a part of such a historic moment for me. And I think it just once again goes to show that we are waking up to conflicts that have nothing to do with what the media is covering. So I think people are becoming more aware of certain humanitarian struggles, and they are going to continue to show up and use their voices to support struggles for liberation.
And Marcus, any thoughts regarding what you witnessed over the weekend?
Yeah, so I was about to say I ended up missing it, but actually, and I think this will tie in because we never stopped working and they never stopped visiting our state. So Kamala Harris, Vice President Kamala Harris, came down this past Monday for Martin Luther King Day.
Oh,
so
God.
like again, so that here we go again meme from San Andreas. But so there's some people in Columbia, which is like our state capital, organized around it already. I was out there, and same feeling, even though on a much smaller level. There's folks fighting for reparations there, and we was out there. I had my trombone, and you could hear it if you look at her speech. The first half of the speech, you could hear if you listen to it, you can hear in the background reparations now, and you hear and Free Palestine. You hear all that in the background, and we weren't able to interrupt like we did for the Biden one, but they're still feeling our effects. So that's what I did this past weekend. And I went the first one too. And I saw my brother Muhammad El-Kurd speak. And we actually spoke. We shut down Harvard, I want to say October, because we spoke, and, they was hating and they shut down the campus. But we spoke in a Black Palestinian solidarity thing. And this is 2021, I believe. But yeah, so he spoke at the first DC rally. And I hugged him. I was like, bruh. Because I've been thinking about him the whole time this, conflict been going since October. So, it was good seeing him just, hug him and let him know. Because, we still got you down in South Carolina and just, touch base with him. But,
right. So, actually, Marcus, I want to ask you from one Black man to another. Because there's some of us within our community who might say, oh, we get the idea of what's happening in Palestine, but we as Black people have no business getting into the affairs of Palestinians or whatever. That's not a concern for us and all that kind of stuff. So what would you say to those people in regards to, just us being in solidarity with Palestinians in terms of the conflict?
Well, one, I'd tell them to crack up a history book. And need an activist who you celebrate, like Malcolm X, James Baldwin, Angela Davis, the list goes on, Kwame Ture. Yeah, but I say that list goes on from even the historical analysis. But even if you look, even the average Black person considers themselves woke or on point. We have, and I even have some, but we have mad Egyptian, the pharaohs and the pharisees. We love the Egyptian culture. Do you know where Palestine is? Egypt is right here. So even on a geopolitical thing, and if you see all the forces that have been standing up for Palestine, who is it? South Africa, Namibia, a lot of these African countries, and even South America, but specifically Africa, have been standing up. And it's if we want to be respected in this state or in this country, we're going to have a strong Africa. So we're talking about Marcus Garvey and we're talking about Pan-Africanism. But it is really common sense. If we're not respected in Africa and Africa is not a strong continent, we will never get respect or our liberation in this country. So as the common thing said, it's until one of us are free, until all of us are free, none of us are free. And regardless of our proximity to it, we shouldn't be allow our comfort, our supposed comfort in this empire, allow us to be disaffected or not not care about people's issues. And I feel like sometimes the society we live in is so individualistic, and I feel like we've like drawn away from some more of our African roots of like communalism and sharing things and caring about each other. Like it's all about if it don't make dollars, it don't make sense type of a mentality that I feel like it's breaking a little bit now, because like you can't have that when you see like a massacre happening on your phone every day. So I feel like that narrative is a little bit changing, but we still have it. Like things are hard to unlearn. So I have had those conversations, and that's usually how I like try to draw it out. Like, do you care about, you know what I mean? Like, do you stand, what do you stand on? You know what I mean? Also, even if you don't care about what happens in the global sphere, Israel and how much funds goes from your tax dollars goes to Israel. Like we did a study here, and I can send y'all the sources for it. But our city of Charleston or Charleston County, we spend upwards of like $2 million in how much we contribute to Israel and federal funding. So that's our county alone. And in our states, over 40 million. You have a lot of our politicians who are trying to figure out financial instruments to Israel, and our Charleston Police Force trains with Israel IOF. So like these are like direct connections that happen right here. So it's like if you care about, you know, any issues going on, even in your own neighborhood, it's directly affected by this issue. So that's an important point. And we've been having conversations on the other end. My brother Muhammad El Kur brought this up. It's like there's issues within our communities, like the Black and Muslim, Black Palestinian, that we still got to work out. Like it's not all peaches and cream, but let's work out those so we can allyship, like have true allyship and have true community. Because like it has to be accountability on both ends, like so we can be strong together and not be divided. Because that's what they want in the end. That's how they've divided and conquered a lot of our movements in the past. So that solidarity has been amazing to see.
Yeah, so I'm actually glad you brought that up, because I did read your statement, I think maybe a week or two ago, and you mentioned that EBIT Systems,
Elbit,
Elbit, sorry, has, I'm just going to read it. So this is kind of your demands, an end to Elbit Systems, a facility manufacturing weapons the IOF currently uses to commit its crimes against humanity, operating in Ladson, South Carolina. Elbit Systems invested $35 million in relocation and recently opened its 145,000 square foot plant in Ladson. It receives tax cuts for its investment. A 2019 fiscal year report disclosed that company's extra revenue diverted $423 million from public schools across the state, disproportionately low income with mostly Black and brown students. And I thought, actually, we've been saying this on the show ad nauseum, but you kind of hit that home with that statement, is in terms of for Black people to kind of say, oh, we shouldn't care. That money that is being sent towards Israel can be going towards our reparations. That money could be going towards our needs here, you know, especially for low income families here. So, our police are trained by the IDF. So the next time you're getting beat up by the cops, think of Israel. So there's a lot. So I think you brought up a good point, is that we have to be a lot more aware of what's happening globally, because that does affect us, usually financially, domestically as well. You want to say, Marcus?
Yeah, one more thing I try to add on, like, and that's how we ended the apartheid in South Africa. It was like student organizers, and a lot of our older council members, like, I remember when I was young, I had a kafir too, and things like that. So it's like a lot of older people who like had that connection with the movement, and they entered it through the South Africa, like in the apartheid movement. So we've seen in our recent history even how like us organizing and shutting things down can have a direct effect to end the apartheid in other places, and that's why we're fighting in the apartheid in Israel, because that's what it is. And if you look at what it's like, it looked just like Jim Crow, like the checkpoints. You can't go on this street, you can't go on that street. Like that sounds like Jim Crow to me. So,
right. I do want to ask you maybe maybe 2 or 3 more questions before we let you guys go. So going back to your church community a little bit, especially for the elders in your church, I kind of mentioned, and you can correct me, and you can speak to this in terms of your community. I just kind of feel generally that boomers in our community have generally kind of lost it. They've lost a lot of that revolutionary spirit in terms of what they experienced in the civil rights movement, that I've made the argument that they should be kind of encouraging us to lead a charge. No one really should have been on you two in terms of how you were protesting. That should have been encouraged, not stifled. So,
Can I say something before?
sure. Yes. So how do you feel that's true, or yeah, go ahead, Tamara.
Like, as the person that spoke up in church, I think specifically to the older Black community of Mother Emanuel, we were well aware that we might be stepping in on toes, and we didn't want to infiltrate their safe space. So that's why we kind of sort of like worked with other members of the congregation and other members of the community, trying to see the best way to go about this, being respectful to the elder community. And with that being said, I actually, it's funny to me because I think that like two or three of the most prominent people that we have that are like have spoken at almost every single protest that we've had here in Charleston when talking about Palestinian liberation have been Black older people that have had like known about the intersectionality between Black and Palestinian liberation. And I'm not going to name any names, but they were also working during the civil rights movement and with the Black Panthers up in Harlem, and they have always sort of been on our side. So I think that it isn't necessarily that they're losing their spirit. I just think that it was the narrative.
They frozies. What happened? Why'd they freezies, Collin? They came back last time they froze. Hopefully.
Oh.
Uh-oh. Well, that's unfortunate. They haven't completely lost connection. So, what do you think?
Hold on.
Let's try this. Yeah. There we go. Here. Let's go here for a bit and let's see if we get them back. But I was about to add on to her thing anyway of like, speaking of elder community being respected, their elder community specifically they're losing their elder community. So,
right.
You know, like I saw yesterday, there's 9-year-old journalists out in Palestine, Collin. So,
right.
You know, but here they are.
Hello.
Welcome back.
Yeah, we got you back. Oh.
You know,
yeah, I'm sorry about that.
Don't worry about it. So,
yes.
So Tamara, you might have to repeat everything you said, or at least mostly what you said.
Yeah, in the last
sorry about
10 seconds. So
No, okay. I don't know exactly where it stopped off. So if you guys could just remind me what was the last thing that I was saying before it froze.
What do you think, Collin?
Again?
No.
Market.
Well, no.
I don't know what going
You're still
on.
here. You're still here. You're good.
Yeah.
So,
you were mentioning how there are 2 Black elders within your church that
we're supportive.
I think are
of
more
you.
radical, or we were supportive of you in terms of what you guys were doing. That's kind of where you kind of cut off.
Yeah, actually, like I was just gonna say that the majority of people who have been at the forefront that have been very outspoken or sort of been guides in this experience as grassroots organizations have been older Black men and women who have been fighting for their own liberations since they were our age. Some of them were even in Harlem working with the Black Panthers and have continuously been showing up since the civil rights movement, kind of fighting for the liberation of all peoples, regardless of their backgrounds. And I was just going to say that I think the narrative was misconstrued specifically on Monday because they labeled me as a white woman who was
Right.
stepping in a black space.
Right.
And that was kind of like the biggest problem with it. But I think that actually like the older community has been one of the most supportive lights when it comes to Palestinian liberation. And
Well,
yeah,
and
that's just where I wanted to end.
speaking of
Are always like our guides and making our choices going forward.
speaking of elder communities being respected, your people's elder community is running out. Like, you know, they're I'm trying to remember the numbers there, but you know, there has to be 9-year-old journalists in Gaza right now, you know? Like there's not many elders being left over there. So, you know, I think that's a bit of a misnomer on top of that. So anything to add, Marcus?
Yeah, I mean, I was about to say that you even see as far as like on the other side, like the people who don't want to engage, you see that in older, like I've heard folks from the older Muslim community who are afraid to come out just out of concerns of safety. But what I tell them is like, if you, because they always say this, a lot of pastors, we need to listen to the youth. Yeah, the youth need to come out. Well, if y'all really want us to come out, like give us a space to do that. You know what I mean? Don't just say it, do it in your actions and like make room. You know what I mean? Sometimes you don't need to take that position. Like see if somebody else want it. You know, you don't have to work your whole life. You sometimes need to retire and pass the mantle. So those conversations have been ongoing, and that's throughout. And I be telling people, especially the older Black organizations, y'all ain't gonna live forever. So it's like if y'all want to have like a movement that lasts longer than you, like you need to encourage people to get involved. So
Yeah, absolutely. I think change is definitely integral, and they are definitely a huge part of the process when it comes about change, especially just the way in which grassroots organizations now move forward. They, like I said, are our guiding light because they've done this before. So we definitely have to take their wisdom with us and use it moving forward. And it's just always so, I'm always so amazed by like just how much strength and resilience they have because a lot of them aren't afraid to show up, Christian, Muslim, or otherwise. Like they're always ready to show up and use their voices, and they're not afraid of the repercussions, which is very respectable.
So speaking of, and I think end it in a couple of minutes, but so what are next steps for you guys in terms of your organization or you guys personally?
Yeah, you can.
So
say.
okay, so one of our really upcoming steps is we're calling for a City of Charleston ceasefire resolution. There's been similar resolutions passed throughout the country, even in places like Georgia, California, and throughout the nation. So we want to add City of Charleston to that list. City of Charleston in the 80s actually put forth a divestment resolution for South Africa. So we do have a history of standing up. That's when we had a bigger Black population. We've been hit by gentrification, so the politics is a little bit different, but we do have some support from City Council. It is, and everybody obviously in City Council and throughout Charleston saw the action. So people are hearing about it and aware. And yeah, that's one of our upcoming ones. And then we're also planning a lot of cultural nights, a lot of events, just getting people together. But that's one of our big ones. And there's other different statewide actions that are going on. But I'll let Tamara talk a little bit more.
Yeah, absolutely. I think one of the biggest efforts that we are still continuing to focus on is calling for a ceasefire because, like, what we were trying to say in that church is still what we're trying to continue saying now. And we will continue to use our voices to uplift that message because the ceasefire is going to be beneficial for everyone. And we do hope that Charleston will be, once again, we hope that they call for a ceasefire, and that's actually what we're trying to advocate for currently with our city council. But we want this to move sort of unilaterally, and we want to continue growing our network with other organizations nationwide so that we can call for multiple ceasefire resolutions across a lot of cities, not just Charleston.
Okay. And for people who may want to get involved, even if they don't live in South Carolina, is a way that people can support you guys, or it's a way that you know of that they can get involved in actions locally where they live that you can share with people?
Absolutely. I think that despite a lot of what the media says, using your voice is still very much important, and engaging with social media content despite a lot of huge mega corporations like Meta that's trying to sort of like subdue our voices and silence us. We need to still continue showing up regardless of where you are. Like, social media is your opportunity to sort of grow and make connections and network with a lot of people and show up to protests. And for our local people in South Carolina, feel free to follow our Instagram at Free Palestine Charleston, and we always have updates on our next plan of action over there. And we also have a Linktree for anybody who wants to get involved more in the organization aspect. But if you don't even live in Charleston, another good tip is just to honestly start organizing with other people that you find are passionate about the same things you are, because, like, surprisingly enough, we've had a lot of solidarity here in Charleston, which is crazy because I think we're such a small city, like, compared to everywhere else, but we were able to make such a huge dent. There's no limit. So
Yeah, and also just following up, encouraging, pulling up outside of social media and pulling up in person is important. If you're scared to pull up in person, work in the backgrounds, but don't be afraid and don't be passive, because passivity is the death of all movements. And there's always been, everybody always feels like one person, but that's why we have groups and that's why we have organizations to build our power. And I encourage you to join a group. And again, like Tamara said, like, join one if there's not one.
make one, yeah.
Exactly. And again, even the action we did, you talking about like 20 people, bro. Like, you're not talking about like, we're not a syndicate. We don't got like, we're not Antifa. Like, we don't got like 500, 1,000 people. Like, it's a grassroots effort, starting in living rooms, conversations, meals. Like, that's how it go down. And like,
And we were a grassroots
humanizing it.
organization that, like, it was a collective effort between multiple grassroots organizations in Charleston.
Yeah.
So once again, the intersectionality between multiple different liberations and their struggles are very much intertwined. And we work as a collective to continue unifying the people and also fighting for the liberation of all people, not just Palestinians. So
Yep.
yeah.
Well, appreciate you all showing up.
So don't forget to educate yourself. You educate yourself.
Yeah.
So I just want to give you guys one more opportunity. Any final words, especially for you, Tamara? I think it just really resonated with me that you said, as a Palestinian, you're not feeling that you don't necessarily have a voice. We want to give that to you now. So anything that you want to say to people who are hearing you, anything final that you want people to know, just feel free to share it now.
Yeah, absolutely. Once again, thank you guys so much for allowing me the opportunity to speak. And I think it's very important to continue to use our voices and uplift one another. So we will always stand shoulder to shoulder when fighting for the liberation of all people, regardless of their background. And we have yet to call for a ceasefire as the United States. So we need to continue doing that, and we need to continue showing up. And my other Palestinian brothers and sisters, like, I am just very happy to have such a community behind me that has been so supportive. And just, again, growing up as a Palestinian American, we have always kind of been like a little bit isolated, or like not really welcomed, but we were able to like form our own communities as daughters and sons of the diaspora. And I appreciate every single one of you for continuing to show up and be proud of your Palestinian identity. And we will continue to do that.
And Marcus, any final words for you?
No, that's about it. But just as far as my Black folks and just people across the country, this will affect you. And if you feel it like it doesn't, you're wrong. And I definitely recommend, as Tamara said, do your education and don't be afraid to pull up, organize with other groups, and really amplify what's going on in your city, around the world, and make real tangible steps. And don't allow yourself to be passive or be paralyzed for saying anything. Like, action has to go on, and you have to go out of your normal schedule sometimes to really push that forward. If you care about it, put some time, separate out some time, and make something happen. There's ways to get involved. We all just one person. Join an organization, join a family, and make something happen.
Marcus, Tamara, Thank you guys so much. And I'll say this, for people that said to you whatever regarding your protests, I know Reef and I and like our audience really appreciated what you guys were doing. So, because Biden needed to hear it, Biden needed to be stuck to. And I think the best thing that could have happened is that you've had people talking in terms of mainstream media having to pick it up. And so I just hope that those conversations do translate into action, especially for you tomorrow in terms of your community. I hope that this will be the beginning of, of hopeful change that is positive in terms of, how people feel about Palestinians in general and what that leads to in terms of true liberation for you people and by association, everyone else. So thank you so much for you both for your time, and we really appreciate you being here.
Speaking of talking, get your butts in the comments down there. Tell us what you think. Do all the stuff you're supposed to do. Like, share, subscribe, all those normal things. Go find those two people. I think those are your Insta handles we have underneath you. Just making sure people know that they can find you on there. But we're gonna be right back. So don't go nowhere. We're gonna say bye to our guests, and then we'll be right back for our rest of our show. So stay tuned, people. See you again soon. This button. Where's it at? Oh, no. Almost. There we go. Bye-bye, everybody.
That he wins against, but I was not among the herd. A single word from Biden stirred a tingle in the cynic sense. I knew that a vote for Joe was more like Reagan 2.0. I could smell that sarin smoke that choked around the river bend, and so I spoke about a living end, about an anchor thrown to drowning men, a democratic president, a country never found again. A man who marinated in the blood this land was founded in. A crime bill that contains sufficient lethal ends to drown us in. All written by a man who wears a crown of sins, who currently is sleeping in a bed of sins. And it's no wonder those who truly understand the meaning of democracy are not too keen to let us in. It's no wonder other countries can't conceive of skipping meals or missing rent or being on the streets because you can't afford your medicine. That's uniquely American. And Joe has proved to be the most disturbingly American of presidents. I shiver when I think of what's to come if he's the precedent. It's a wonder I can even function still to process all the rhymes through all the resonance. Bless my heart, I'm liminally reticent, standing on a threshold of bone, ash, and sediment, near a faded marker claiming this to be the grave of all my sentiments, exactly where I left them all and just how I remembered it. It's a wonder I can even function still to process all the rhymes through all the resonance. Bless my heart, I'm liminally reticent, standing on a threshold of bone, ash, and sediment, near a faded marker claiming this to be the grave of all my sentiments, exactly where I left them all, and just how I remembered it.
Wait, so if you don't trust the CIA or you don't trust like our institutions, then what do you trust? Wait, so if you don't trust the CIA or you don't trust like our institutions, then what do you trust?
Fuck.
Wait, so if you don't trust the CIA or you don't trust like our institutions, then what do you trust?
False alarm. I thought that help was here. But it was my own reassurance bouncing round 100,000 times in my own ecosphere. If every time you speak you keep it off the record, consequently you can keep your record clear. And if you mute the speech that shakes your frail beliefs, you only seek to insulate your image and continue down the stream in the direction clout and credit steers. Directly from your mouth into am I the asshole Reddit's ears. Directly back into the greasy pockets of some Gates Foundation financiers. And then directly back into the frantic final thoughts of early trial Neuralink volunteers, staring at the numb and mumbling vacancies where recently had been their peers. Half of whom are glitching with the memory stuck on pause, and half have zero fucking clue just who they are or why they're here. It's been said that fear is all we have to fear, but that was back before the Basosphere condenser came along, distilling concentrated fear that's diamond pure, crystal clear, oppressor strong, and woven into every single article you read and song they let you hear. And then Elon heard that Jeff enhanced our fears by 86%, and he said, hold my beer. And not a single sheep among the herd would turn their head or say a word, cause they were all too busy begging for the shears, begging for the muzzle, happy just to guzzle, feed, and watch a screen for all their years. Man, to each his own, can't afford a home, but they'll let you have your cozy little ecosphere, where there among your own devices you can break the seventh seal, overthrow the oracles and slay the seer. All the tomes were burned and all the lips were seared. Shut your eyes and all our lives just disappear. Now blink them twice. Welcome to your ecosphere.
I came to be a prophet, but I'll settle for pariah. We filled the air with DDT and called the wind Mariah. We cheer on every victory in the war against Goliath, and we watched the model Christian Smalls and pose him with Zendaya. They are gonna milk that union drip until the very last simp takes the very last sip, and when it's all wrung dry and it's not worth shit, then they'll leave it laying right where it is. You can watch them let it all drip into the ditch. Here's the sitch. Biden will invoke the witch of January 6 as a quick fix. He'll tell you that she's here to fill your bellies with some twigs and sticks, rocks, berries, and a capital brick. Concurrently, he's finger-wagging all of the Republicans while sucking their proverbial dicks. He'll fluff them up a couple of concessions in the flick of a bick. He just needs lights and a camera and prompter, and someone to monitor the prompter who knows their shit. 'Cause Joe's gonna open the show with a few short words to be chanted by old white folks wearing old white clothes.
Who are these people?
What's up, everybody? We're back. Yay! We hopefully we weren't gone too long. So, but I have to make sure my co-host Care Bear has this code he needs. So he needs to see that, this, and then this. So yeah, we just did a lovely interview. You see that, correct, Care Bear?
Yes.
Cool. Mm-hmm.
Oh.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Thank you, everyone, for staying tuned. We appreciate you. There you go.
Okay.
Look at that. And now we can tell you what stories we're going to do tonight. We already did this interview. It was lovely. So if you missed it, go back and watch that later. But
Yeah,
you wanted to get
please go
started
back
with...
because shout out to Marcus and Tamara for giving more details about their protests at Emmanuel AME Church, confronting Biden last 2 weeks ago, I guess now. But yeah, so please go back and rewatch that. Not now, but like after this stream is done. But yeah, we're going to talk about this since this weekend was MLK weekend. I was going to do something else regarding MLK, but then there was a lot of people online that basically justified King being pro-Israel / being a Zionist. So not to say we're going to debunk that, but we are going to talk about it, or at least give more details in terms to his views on Israel and Zionism, at least while he was alive. So, and then Reef, you have a 2-for-1.
Yep.
Tonight.
Well, it's going to be a 2 anyway. I've split it up into sections, but it is in the same vein of the ICJ trial. We're going to go in depth and talk about as much as we can about it if you missed it. So give you a good recap of that and what might be happening there. So I have South Africa's statements and I have Israel's statements. So going to be a doozy.
Do we honestly need to know Israel? Do we honestly need to know Israel's statements?
Unfortunately, we might. So, at least
you might need to get shot glasses for that.
Yeah, it's gonna be rough. So
get your drinks. Well,
there is
if you
humor
can
in it.
Get your drinks ready.
There is humor in it.
Yeah.
So it's mainly them being stupid. So we'll get to it. But
right.
As always, we ask you to please support us. You could do that at Patreon and at Substack. You can also watch us on Rumble and Rockfin, which I know some people are doing. Anna Mayer's always holding it down on the Rockfin. So, and if you're on Rumble, like Ghost Art is, you can be in the chat and prove that you're not just lizard people. But yeah. And we want to thank the people who do support us already. So we appreciate you. Look at all those names up there. Look at all of you. Legends. Don't forget, like and subscribing. Always useful. Make sure to share this stream. We're heavily suppressed. We appreciate all the help we can get. And leave a comment if you're watching these clips or, you're watching this stream on repeat.
Which people are doing. And I think people are doing and going back to our old clips and commenting. So
yes, sir.
Thank you so much for that.
Yep.
But yeah, we're trying to get to 2K soon. Yep. So, and we should be remonetized hopefully by Friday.
This Friday.
Hopefully, if YouTube isn't doing any ish, which I expect they would, but
we'll see.
We'll see.
So
we'll let you know by the weekend. But anyway, so let's get into this because this might be a longer story. But I actually had planned, given normally MLK weekend is usually about like I had a dream and like he wanted us to fight against racism and all the bullshit that we always hear about MLK every year. I actually wanted to talk more about some of his economic stances that we've kind of mentioned on the show before. But then over the weekend, slightly before, there was a lot of Twitter regarding, he was a Zionist and he was pro-Israel and all that other mess that was just kind of like, all right. Yeah, so we're going to look at that tonight because, and I think this actually is kind of a good way to kind of talk about how we need to be careful of idolizing our heroes in a way. Because it definitely, I'll get to it, but as to what I mean by that. So yeah, we're just going to kick it off with, was MLK pro-Israel? So to start, and shout out to Sabby, I know she talked about MLK on her stream last night, and I think she also pulled up this clip from Mother Jones also last night, referencing the article that this guy talks about. But we are going to look at that article in depth that he is talking about here, just to give context as to Martin's views on Israel shortly before he was assassinated, to kind of give some context. So let's play this clip first, and then we'll get into it.
MLK embraced Israel. Does BLM embrace Hamas?
Israel has a right to exist.
MLK would be turning over in his grave right now. I wonder what MLK would think. Okay, let's talk about it. It's the summer of 1967, and Martin Luther King Jr. is scheduled to take thousands of African Americans, black people, to Israel for a tour of the Holy Land. But something catastrophic happens that complicates the entire plan. People love to use MLK to fit whatever agenda they have at the moment. But we don't have to guess where he stands. He speaks for himself. I have the transcript from an interview that MLK did on national TV in 1967 that rarely gets talked about. But first, some context. This trip to Israel was going to be huge. Records indicate that he planned to preach a sermon from the Mount of Olives, the place where Jesus ascended into heaven. He plans to pray with thousands of people at the region's holy sites in Jerusalem and Galilee. This was going to be his Moses moment, taking black people to the promised land. But the problem is that just a few weeks before, Israel launched a preemptive attack against the pro-Palestine alliance of Egypt, Syria, and Jordan, starting what became known as the Six-Day War, which killed around 800 Israelis and about 18,000 Arabs in less than a week. It also fundamentally changed the map. Israel expanded its borders, gaining about 4 times the land it had before, capturing Jerusalem and establishing military occupation in the Gaza Strip. Even though the war was over in just 6 days, MLK will cancel his trip. And this war will mark a turning point in King's nuanced position on Israel. Here's the statement. The interviewer asks MLK, should Israel, in your opinion, give back the land she has taken in conflict? And here's part of MLK's response. I think for the ultimate peace and security of the situation, it will probably be necessary for Israel to give up this conquered territory, because to hold on to it will only exacerbate the tensions and deepen the bitterness of the Arabs. This moment offers profound insight into what King believed was necessary to achieve peace between Israel and Palestine. King's name and legacy are thrown around carelessly to justify all kinds of things, but in this instance, we don't have to guess what he thought.
Okay.
So I forgot the name of this guy, but he kind of goes into a little bit. But I think obviously because these are shorts, you can't go into a lot of stuff in depth in that format. So I actually did find an article.
Head into it
This
now.
was from so this is from the book The War on Error, Israel, Islam, and the Middle East, written by Martin Kramer. And in it, he has a chapter called In the Words of Martin Luther King. So there is some research that Martin Kramer did in regards to this issue regarding King and his stance on Israel, many of which are from the words of King himself. So again, this is just the idea to just kind of give a little bit more context into what this guy from Mother Jones was saying, but at the same time kind of giving some context as to what King thought of Israel at the time. Again, so keep this in mind, late 60s, about a year out before he was assassinated, and then the Six-Day War just happened. So kind of think of it in those terms, and we'll get into this. So Martin Kramer writes, as the veneration of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. has deepened in America, he has been recruited posthumously to more causes. This is encouraged by his memorial in Washington. Inscribed on the pedestal of King's statue and on the walls of the surrounding enclosure are quotations attributed to King. Although he spoke of all these words in specific contexts, they are assembled as though they are conveyed eternal verities, much like the biblical passages in which King himself quoted. What would King think about this or that matter in the present? Just conjure up a quote from King in the past. Both Israelis and Palestinians and their supporters are avid recruiters of King, presuming that something he once said more than half a century ago justifies this claim or that policy today. This appropriation is done piecemeal, perhaps because there is no comprehensive study of King's views or on the Middle East. As a result, not a few errors and omissions of fact mar most efforts to press King's ghost into service. Many of these surrounding events of 1967, the year before King's assassination. The Six-Day War fully mobilized many of the American Jews who have embraced the civil rights struggle and who marched with King. They now look to King in the expectation that he would show his support for the cause of Israel. At the same time, the war broke out at a time when King's leadership was being challenged by the militant Student Nonviolent Coordinating Community and CNCC. SNCC strongly sympathized with the Arabs and took a stand against Israel in the war's aftermath. King, a Nobel Peace Prize laureate and a pacifist, found himself caught between these agonistic forces and torn by the war and its consequences.
Even though he would say riots are the
King
language of the unheard, you know?
Right.
So
King supported Israel's right to exist and said so repeatedly. Israel's right to exist as a state in security is uncontestable, he once wrote. And the whole world must see that Israel must exist and has a right to exist and is one of the great outposts of democracy in the world. But did he support Israel in the war? Why didn't he visit Israel? Did he really say that anti-Zionism was tantamount to anti-Semitism? These three questions have given rise to discussion, much of it marred by factual errors. The questions cannot possibly be answered unless and until the errors are corrected. Did King support Israel in the 1967 war? The belief that he did rests in part upon his signing a statement by prominent Christian theologians that began to circulate on May 28, 1967, and that eventually appeared as an advertisement in the New York Times on June 4th, the day before Israel went to war. At the time the statement was formulated, the Johnson administration seemed to have left Israel to face its enemies alone. Entitled, "The Moral Responsibility in the Middle East," the statement found the Middle East to be on the brink of war. President Nasser of Egypt has initiated a blockade of an international waterway, the Straits of Tiran, Israel's sea lane to Africa and Asia. This blockade may lead to a major conflagration. The Middle East has been an area of tension due to the threat of continuing terrorist attacks, as well as the recent Arab military mobilization along Israel's borders. Let us recall that Israel is a new nation whose people are still recovering from the horror and decimation of the European Holocaust. So that's what it was said in the New York Times. The statement went on to call on the United States government steadfastly to honor its commitments to the freedom of international waterways. We call on our fellow Americans of all persuasions and groupings and on the administration to support the independence, integrity, and freedom of Israel. Men of conscience all over the world bear a moral responsibility to support Israel's right of passage through the Straits of Tiran. Among the endorsers of this statement were the renowned theologian and ethicist Reynold Niebuhr, a steadfast supporter of Israel, and John C. Bennett, theologian and president of the Union Theological Seminary, who initiated the statement. Distinguished they may have been, but in an article about the statement in the New York Times, there was only one subheading, Dr. King among signers. By any objective reading, the statement was a call, perhaps even a call to arms, to the United States to stand by Israel. The reaction was swift in coming. What is saddening, wrote one critic in a letter to the New York Times on June 2nd, is that respected leaders Martin Luther King, who have courageously opposed American actions in Vietnam, should now associate themselves with vague calls for American intervention on behalf of Israel. Not only did King stand accused of abandoning his anti-war pacifism, he was thought to have ignored the claims of the Arabs, a perception that has persisted. For example, as recently as 2010, Usama Maditsky, a prominent Arab American historian, criticized King's signing of the moral responsibility statement that a man like Dr. Martin Luther King could stand so openly with Israel despite his own private qualms and criticism by younger, more radical Black Americans who had discovered the plight of the Palestinians indicated the degree to which Zionism was embraced by the American mainstream. One of the ways King reciprocated Jewish American support for desecration in the United States was turning a blind eye to the plight of the Palestinians.
Desegregation.
Right, desegregation, sorry.
Yeah.
Radix-Carter thus spread the notion that at a crucial moment in 1967, King suspended his conscience to cut a deal with the Jews. But did the moral responsibility statement accurately reflect King's position? King claimed in private that he never saw the text as published, and
So
he would
didn't
not
read
have
it.
signed it if he had.
Gotcha.
Yeah, basically.
Okay.
This is documented. This is documented by the FBI wiretaps of Stanley Levinson, one of King's advisors, whose communist past made him a target for government
Which,
surveillance.
just as
The
an aside,
declassified-
Robert F. Kennedy agreed with doing those wiretaps. He said they were necessary. So just in case you thought that guy couldn't be more of a fucking douche, you know, he throws another shit at you. So, okay.
The declassified transcripts contained the verbatim record of conference calls conducted among King, Levinson, and two other confidants, activist Andrew Young and legal counsel Harry Waschel.
Watchel.
On June 6, 1967, the year after the war began, King said this to his associates. Did you see the ad in the New York Times Sunday, June 4th? This was the ad they got me to sign with John C. Bennett, etc. I really hadn't seen a statement. I felt after seeing it, it was a little unbalanced and it is pro-Israel. It put us in a position of almost setting the turning hawks on the Middle East while being doves in Vietnam, and I wouldn't have given a statement like that at all.
Okay.
None of King's advisors asked him how his name wound up in a statement he hadn't really seen, but instead they looked ahead. Levinson urged him to stay away from details. They are not being discussed rationally. The aim was to keep the Arab friendship and the Israeli friendship at the same time. If King called for negotiations while asserting Israel's incontestable right to a homeland and its territorial integrity, it would be enough for King's supporters. 2 days later, on June 8th, King told his advisors he had come under growing pressure to make his own statement on the Middle East. King's confidence went back and forth, suggesting that he say as little as possible, that he urged an end to the fighting and referred to the role of the United Nations. I don't think you have to worry too much about losing the support of the Jewish community at this time, advised Waschel. They're very happy at this point with their apparent victory. I think you should just stride very lightly and stress the end of violence. So over the next days, King worked to avoid the subject and keep attention focused on Vietnam. It was only on June 18th, when King appeared on the ABC Sunday interview program Issues and Answers, that he finally answered direct questions on the subject. After giving boilerplate replies about the importance of Israel's security and the need for Arab economic development, one of the interviewers cut to the quick. Should Israel, in your opinion, give back the land she has taken in conflict without certain guarantees, such as security? King gave this answer. Well, I think these guarantees should all be worked out by the United Nations. I would hope that all the nations, and particularly the Soviet Union and the United States, and I would say France and Great Britain, these four powers can really determine how the situation is going. I think the Israelis will have access to the Gulf of Aqaba.
Yeah.
I mean, the very survival of Israel may well depend on access to not only the Suez Canal, but the Gulf and the Strait of Tiran. These things are very important. But I think for the ultimate peace and security of the situation, it will probably be necessary for Israel to give up this conquered territory, because to hold on to it will only exacerbate the tensions and deepen the bitterness of the Arabs.
What did he go back? Go back one. So what did he say the survival of Israel depended on?
Access
to the what?
To the Suez.
To the Suez Canal, which we've talked about
right
their issues with that now. You know,
Right.
and especially while the Houthis and many other groups, not just the Houthis, are actively trying to keep Israel from using it. Good for them, too.
Right.
So, you know, but yeah, just as an aside, even King knew
Okay.
that Suez Canal was important for them. So,
Right.
but
It is remarkable that this last sentence does not figure in the latter-day polemics over King and Israel, even though King spoke it on national television. It goes far to clarify King's position on the consequences of the Six-Day War. King supported Israeli actions to assure its survival, but did not favor Israel's continued hold on territories it had conquered.
Yep.
So any thoughts, Reef? Before
I mean, sounds about that King wasn't necessarily completely on board with all this, you know?
No.
And if talked to by more people, probably would have, you know, made some changes to this thinking. So,
Right. And yeah, and I'll speak more on this probably later at the end, but I think the issue that I have with people is that what they're saying, oh, he's pro-Israel or Zionist, they're thinking in terms of what of now, which I don't think you should not do that.
No.
Again, number one, King is dead. He cannot speak for himself now. And where we are right now with this conflict is way different
worse.
from what King had to deal with back in the late 60s.
Like,
Like
even
this
with
was
those-
just
even with the small amount of parallels there were, it sounded like he knew that land was important to the Arabs because it was being stolen. Like,
right.
You know, like he was okay with where it was.
Right.
Keep in mind, he was okay with where those lines were in the 60s. Not where they are now. So, because since the 60s, there's been a lot
There's
more land grabbing.
More.
So, you know, and he would probably also know that they've been pushing back on this taking of their land since the 60s. And like, he would probably have felt their like reasons for like, oh, they've tried to put down their arms before, you know, like they've done that a few times and they still got their land taken. So, you know, he might feel far differently now. He'd probably be like, well, they're not being heard at this point, as he has with many other people. So, but yeah.
Okay. So that's the first part.
Okay.
So this next part. So in the short, he talked about how, you know, King was supposed to go to Israel. So the question is, why didn't King visit? This was a question posed by Yaakov Loshowitz, director of the Israel State's Archives on Martin Luther King Jr. Day 2013. On that occasion, the Israel State Archives published a batch of Israeli documents from before the Six-Day War about possible visit by King to Israel. The correspondence made for fascinating reading, but left a question hanging, as explained by Loshowitz. In a nutshell, the Israelis thought it would be a fine idea to host MLK in Israel, and the more important he grew, the more convinced they were that it would be something that they should make happen. King, coming from his side, kept on saying all the right words, but kept on not coming. Those are the facts. What do they mean? Hard to say. In fact, it was not hard to say, but the answer lies far from the Israeli archives in the FBI wiretaps. In 1966, King entered an agreement to lead a Holy Land pilgrimage in partnership with Sandy Ray, pastor of a Baptist church in Brooklyn, who took up the promotion of the trip. King's assistant Andrew Young visited Israel and Jordan in late 1966 to do advanced planning with Jordanian and Israeli authorities. The pilgrimage was rumored to be in the works from that time, and King received letters of encouragement and invitations from the prime ministers of Israel and Jordan, and from the Israeli and Jordanian mayors of divided Jerusalem. On May 16, 1967, King publicly announced a plan at a news conference reported by the New York Times the following day. The 6-year war threw a wrench into the plan. Ray was still keen on going forward, and he immediately sent his own tour agent to Jerusalem to get a read on the situation. She came back enthusiastic. I firmly believe that Dr. King's visit will prove to be a much more historical event than we ever dreamed possible. Everyone from the governments down to the people on the streets were asking me about Dr. King. We desperately need a new press release from Dr. King reaffirming the pilgrimage plans.
I wonder why the government
So what
wanted him
happened?
there.
So what happened? King got cold feet, and this wasn't a yes. We have it straight from King himself, again in the FBI wiretaps. In a conference call among King and his advisors on June 24th, 1967, King noted that the responses to the pilgrimage promotion had been fairly good. Andrew Young said about 600 people had sent in deposits. But if King went to the Middle East, I'll run into the situation where I'm damned if I say this, and I'm damned if I say that no matter what I say, and I've already faced enough criticism, including pro-Arab. He had met a Lebanese journalist who told him that the Arabs now had the impression that he was pro-Israel and that you don't understand our problem or something like that. And I expect I would run into a continuation of this. King asked for advice, but set this tone. I think that if I go, the Arab world, and of course Africa and Asia for that matter, would interpret this as endorsing everything that Israel had done, and I do have questions of doubt.
Of course he has questions. And that was then in the 60s where there wasn't as many questions.
Right.
So, he didn't experience 9/11 yet. None of that happened yet. There's a lot of shit going on here. And the stuff about them poisoning water supplies wasn't widely known. The Nakba wasn't widely publicized.
We talked about the Ben Gurion Canal project. That was under wraps. This was happening during that time.
Yes.
So,
yeah.
So there was a lot more than probably even King didn't even know about at this time. But even so, as you said, I'm nervous.
He's like, I'm getting some people telling me I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. And I don't want to feel that way, And he also had his peers were telling him, Kwame was saying some stuff. Malcolm was saying some stuff. Fred Hampton was saying some stuff. Muhammad Ali was saying some stuff. They were all saying that then. So, yeah. Yep. Someone asked in the chat if King was Boole too, right? Boule, Boole.
You can argue he has his tendencies. Bougie.
Okay.
Bougie.
Gotcha.
Bougie.
Gotcha.
You can say, I would argue he had his tendencies. Yes, I would make that argument.
Okay.
But I think it's very obvious that King was more center on this issue than X was.
Yeah.
So, Malcolm X was way left.
Yeah, this is a no-brainer for Malcolm. This is this wouldn't have even popped it. Doubts would not be a thing Malcolm had on this. MLK, it was some doubts because it calls into question, he's on the list of Black Bull. It's a fraternity. Okay.
Right. But also keep in mind, King was a theologian. This is what he studied in school. So obviously he, from a biblical
so was Malcolm,
perspective,
but he did it in jail pretty much.
But,
Right.
Whereas King went to BU to study this. So, so
I don't know if Malcolm did that when he was in jail or not. I could be wrong. And, that seems like what every other, Black Muslim has happened, but, I digress.
Right.
Could be wrong.
But anyway, King procrastinated out of deference to Ray, who had laid out money on promotion on the pilgrimage. But on September 22nd, 1967, he wrote the following to Mordecai Ben-Ami, the president of the Israeli airline LI, which was to have handled part of the flight package. It is with the deepest regret that I cancel my proposed pilgrimage to the Holy Land for this year, but the constant turmoil in the Middle East makes it extremely difficult to conduct a religious pilgrimage free from both political overtones and the fear of danger to the participants. Actually, I am aware that the danger is almost non-existent, but to the ordinary citizen who seldom goes abroad, the daily headlines of border clashes and propaganda statements produce a fear of danger which is insurmountable on the American scene. He ended by promising to revisit the plan the following year, but he never did.
That should tell you
As
something.
he was assassinated he was assassinated a few months later. Yeah.
And it might be, this might also be part of that. We know there was ties to Mossad's and
Right.
All that. So,
Who knows? So
yeah.
that's why he didn't go. So that's why he didn't go to Israel, as was said in the clip. So now the last part, him being a pro-Zionist. When people criticize Zionists, they mean Jews. You're talking anti-Semitism. These words reportedly spoken by King in the aftermath of the war are often quoted by supporters of Israel. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu quoted them in his address to the Knesset on International Holocaust Remembrance Day in 2011. The quote also appears in a State Department report on anti-Semitism. But some Palestinians and their sympathizers who resent the stigmatizing of anti-Zionism as a form of anti-Semitism have tried to discredit the quote. Just what sort of anti-Zionism crosses that fine line is a question beyond my scope here. But what of the quote itself? How was it first circulated? What is the evidence against it? And might some additional evidence resolve the question of its authenticity?
In 1963, Malcolm X went on a pilgrimage to Mecca, the birthplace of the Islamic faith. He completely changed his mind about religion, race, relations, and violence on that journey. He converted to Islam and abandoned his belief in violence and separation. So that's that. Just wanted to look that up.
Right. Okay.
I mean, this is 3 years before this stuff. 69, 63, that's not that much time. So
King's words were reported by Seymour Martin Lisette, at the time the Jordan D. Markham Professor of Government and Sociology at Harvard, in an article he published in the magazine Encounter in December 1969, that is, in the year after King's April 1968 assassination. Lisette said, for the next 3+ decades. Oh, wait. Did I skip?
Yeah. Assassin Lipset.
I think I skipped. Oh, boy. I could probably, actually, I can pull it. Fortunately, because I still have it here.
Send me the article.
No. Yeah, I know it's in the, yeah, I have the article pulled up, but,
okay, hold on.
I just need to, I got it.
Okay.
All right. So Lipset said,
yeah,
shortly before he was assassinated, Martin Luther King Jr. was in Boston on a fundraising mission, and I had the good fortune to attend a dinner which was given for him in Cambridge. This was an experience which was at once fascinating and moving. One witnessed Dr. King in action in a way no one never got to see in public. He wanted to find out what Negro students at Harvard and other parts of the Boston area were thinking about various issues, and he very subtly cross-examined them for well over an hour and a half. He asked questions and said very little himself. One of the young men present happened to make some remark against the Zionists. Dr. King snapped at him and said, "Don't talk like that. When people criticize Zionists, they mean Jews. You're talking anti-Semitism." Okay. Okay, so now let's go back here. All right. So for the next 3+ decades, no one challenged the credibility of this account. No wonder Lipset, author of the classic Political Man, 1960, was an eminent authority on American politics and society, who later became the only scholar ever to preside over both over the American Sociological Association and the American Political Science Association. Who, if not Lipset, could be counted upon to report an event accurately? Nor was he quoting something he said in confidence only to him or far back in time. Others were present at the same dinner, and Lipset wrote about it not too long after the fact. He also told the anecdote in the magazine that must have had many subscribers in Cambridge, some of whom might have shared this fascinating and moving experience. The idea he would have fabricated or falsified any aspect of this account would have seemed preposterous. That is until almost 4 decades later, when 2 Palestinian Americans activists suggested just that. Lipset's account, they wrote, seems on its face credible. There are still, however, a few reasons for casting doubt on the authenticity of the statement. According to the Harvard Crimson, the Reverend Martin Luther King was last in Cambridge almost exactly a year ago, April 23rd, 1967. If this is true, Dr. King could not been in Cambridge in 1968. Lipset stated he was in the area for a fundraising mission, which would seem to imply a high-profile visit. Also, an extensive inventory of publications by Stanford University's Martin Luther King Jr.'s Papers Project accounts for numerous speeches in 1968. None of them are for talks in Cambridge or Boston. Bear in mind Lipset's precise testimony. King rebuked the student at a dinner in Cambridge shortly before King's assassination during a fundraising mission to Boston. Note that Lipset didn't place the dinner in 1968. King was assassinated on April 4th, 1968, so shortly before could just as well have referred to the last months of 1967. In fact, King did come to Boston for the purposes of fundraising in late 1967, specifically on Friday, October 27th. Boston was the last stop in a week-long series of benefit concerts given by Harry Belafonte for King's SCLC. In the archives of NBC, there's a clip of King greeting the audience at the Boston concert. The Boston Globe also reported King's remarks and the benefit concert on its front page the next morning. But this assertion that King couldn't possibly have spoken it because he wasn't in or near Cambridge when he was supposed to have said it is baseless. Lipset. Shortly before he was assassinated, Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. was in Boston on a fundraising mission, and I had the good fortune to attend a dinner which was given for him in Cambridge. Every particular of this statement is corroborated by a wealth of detail. There is a date, an approximate time of day, and a street of deaths for the Cambridge dinner, all attested by contemporary correspondence in King's papers. King's careful maneuvering before, during, and after the Six-Day War demonstrated a much deeper understanding of the Arab-Israeli conflict that critics credit him with him possessing. The 2 Palestinian Americans who sought to dismiss the Cambridge quote suggested that the conflict was probably not a subject he was well versed on, and that his public statements in praise of Israel surely do not sound like the words of someone familiar with both sides of the story. Not so. King had been to the Arab world, while I argue Israel, Jordan, sure. Had a full grasp of the positions of the sides and was wary of the possible pitfalls of favoring one over the other. He struck a delicate balance, speaking out or staying silent after careful assessments made in consultation with advisors who had their ears to the ground, Levinson and Waschel, both non-Zionists, in the Jewish community, and Andrew Young, who King dispatched to the Middle East as his emissary. For this reason, it is an offense to history, if not to King's memory, whenever someone summons King's ghost to offer unqualified support to Israel or the Palestinians. King understood moral complexity. He knew that millions waited upon his words, and he sought to resolve conflict, not accentuate it. The purpose of an elusive balance marked his approach to the Arab-Israeli conflict while he lived. there's obvious reason to presume he would have acted differently had he lived longer.
Yes. Which to me lets me say he probably would have been figured out this isn't a both sides problem. You know?
Right.
So
Right. And again, this was in the late 60s when this whole idea of Israel, was in its infancy
yeah.
in terms of the occupation at the time. And obviously, like, Martin was still like very much a theologian, Israel, all of that. So obviously it would make sense that we'll have some kind of connection with that, given that's his work.
Yeah.
But, this obviously kind of states to the idea that we cannot base what he said then to how we perceive things now, given what's happened since his assassination.
Like with this reply
which is
you got
what
from Ista Dreams.
Right.
He was also assassinated in 1968 before he could have seen the expansion of settlements and the caging of Gaza, which dramatically intensified after 1967. You need only look to his position on the Vietnam War and extrapolate from there. You'd be horrified by this genocide, which you probably have somewhere coming up.
Yep, after this tweet.
Yep, Buddha's dog. MLK was steadfast in his nonviolent principles. Israel has evolved into the inherently violent monstrosity. There's not a chance King would be defending it today. Yesterday's oppressed became today's oppressors.
Right.
And
so,
go ahead.
Just before you play it, so again, we don't have Martin's words now to kind of say what he thinks, in terms of Israel today.
Right.
But we do know what he said regarding and the actions he took during the Vietnam War.
Right.
So, given that, we can make the assumption that if King were alive today, or at least seen how this issue with Israel and Palestine has evolved since his death, we can make the assumption that he will not be happy with what's happening right now. So he would have moved, more than likely he would have moved further to the left on this issue than he was before his death. So you can play the clip.
As I have walked among the desperate, rejected, and angry young men, I have told them that Molotov cocktails and rifles would not solve their problems, but they ask, and rightly so, what about Vietnam? If America's soul becomes totally poisoned, part of the autopsy must read Vietnam, a nation that continues year after year to spend more money on military defense than on programs of social uplift is approaching spiritual death. This need to maintain social stability for our investments accounts for the counter-revolutionary action of American forces in Guatemala. It tells why American helicopters are being used against guerrillas in Cambodia, and why American napalm and Green Beret forces have already been active against rebels in Peru. They ask if our own nation wasn't using massive doses of violence to solve its problems, bring about the changes it wanted. Their questions hit home, and I knew that I could never again raise my voice against the violence of the oppressed in the ghettos without having first spoken clearly to the greatest purveyor of violence in the world today, my own government.
I mean, sounds like he would have been upset at our government funding anything like this. So
right. But he made the point, and we've said on the show, and he kind of aligned with Kwame Ture on this, that we're giving billions and millions of dollars to Israel and not taking care of our people here. And that's something that Martin was known for, especially in his latter years. Like, he was very big on economics. And if just knowing in the context of that, to see what we're doing with Israel now, and to see like how we neglect our people here in terms of the funding that Israel gets, especially in war. Like, we can make the assumption that he would be extremely opposed to what's happening. Like, without a doubt, he would love the Jewish people for sure, but not to the degree of him, to the point of him kind of having love for them.
How would he feel? How would he feel?
Be oppressing.
How would he feel about an entire country who forces every citizen to join their military? How would he feel about that?
Right.
Like, who is an innocent civilian when everyone isn't? So when you've had to serve time in their military, like, I don't think he was definitely not okay with the draft.
No.
So, you know, and you wonder why these guys showed up.
FBI, open up!
Like,
right. So yeah, I mean, it just, if anything, it just brings more questions as to, could his stance on Israel be part of the reason why he was, I should be careful what I'm saying, but like, could that be part of the reason why he was assassinated, among other things?
For sure. But, you know, let us know what you think. Leave it in the comment section below. You know, who do you think got MLK? Do you think he was a Zionist or not? Let us know. Make sure to like and subscribe. You know how this goes. Share our stream. You know, we're heavily suppressed, so any little bit helps. We're almost at 2K subs, so try to get that number to go up a little bit. The button's right down there. So subscribe. Should light up. But yeah. But before we get to that,
you want to check
Rockfin and Rumble.
The Rock Beans.
Anna Mayer still holding it down. But yeah, she said great interview. It was a great interview. People should go back and watch that when they get a chance. And go start
not now.
Rumble.
After we're done.
Yeah, not now. Listen to the man. He knows what to do. But anyway, let's go check. All right. So this is my story for this week. It's going to be my 2 stories pretty much. So just strap in. It's going to be long and in depth, and I'm sorry, but it's necessary. No one else does this. No one else has covered this. So a few people have mentioned it, but I wanted to make sure it got the light it deserved, because mainstream definitely wasn't going to touch this. So let's start here at so for context, South Africa has made a call to the ICJ, aka The Hague, for the crimes Israel has committed, and essentially they took Israel to court. They said, "We'll see you in court, motherfuckers." So that's what they did. And here was the opening statement.
You just have to say with a South African accent, though.
Yeah, South African, you motherfuckers. I don't know how they would say motherfuckers in South African. Feckers? No, I don't know. Someone will know. But
Madam President, distinguished members of the court.
Look at this king, by the way. Look at this man's drip right now. This man came in stunting. What is that, Armani? You brought out the Armani? What is that? That is a nice suit, sir. Nice. Anyway.
It is an honor and a privilege for me to appear before you today on behalf of the Republic of South Africa. I wish to express my gratitude to the court for convening this hearing on the earliest possible date to entertain South Africa's request for the indication of provisional measures in this matter. In our application, South Africa has recognized the ongoing Nakba of the Palestinian people through Israel's colonization since 1948, which has systematically and forcibly dispossessed, displaced, and fragmented the Palestinian people, deliberately denying them their internationally recognized inalienable right to self-determination, and their internationally recognized right of return as refugees to their towns and villages in what is now the State of Israel. We are also particularly mindful of Israel's institutionalized regime of discriminatory laws, policies and practices designed and maintained to establish domination, subjecting the Palestinian people to apartheid on both sides of the Green Line. Decades-long impunity for widespread and systematic human rights violations has emboldened Israel in its recurrence and intensification of international crimes in Palestine. At the outset, South Africa acknowledges that the genocidal acts and omissions by the State of Israel inevitably form part of a continuum of illegal acts perpetrated against the Palestinian people since 1948. The application places Israel's genocidal acts and omissions within the broader context of Israel's 75-year apartheid, 56-year occupation, and 16-year siege imposed on the Gaza Strip, a siege which itself has been described by the director of UNRWA Affairs in Gaza as a silent killer of people. As the Committee on the Elimination of Racial Discrimination warned on December 21st, hate speech and dehumanizing discourse targeted at Palestinians is raising severe concerns regarding Israel and other states' parties' obligation to prevent crimes against humanity and genocide in the Gaza Strip. This warning has been followed by a succession of warnings, including by 37 United Nations special rapporteurs, of the failure of the international system to mobilize to prevent genocide in Gaza. Today, we are joined in court by representatives of the Palestinian state, the Palestinians who work in the fields of human rights, including residents of Gaza who were in Gaza just a few days ago. They are some of the lucky ones who managed to get out of Gaza. Their future and the future of their fellow Palestinians who are still in Gaza depend on the decision this court will make on this matter. With the leave of the court, I now call upon His Excellency, Mr. Ronald Lamola, Minister of Justice of the Republic of South Africa, to make South Africa's substantive opening remarks.
I thank the agent of South Africa for his statement, and I now invite the Minister of Justice and Correctional Services for the Republic of South Africa, His Excellency Mr. Ronald Lamola, to take the floor. You have the floor, Excellency.
Thank you, Madam President, and distinguished members of the court. It is an honor for me to stand here in front of you on behalf of the Republic of South Africa on this exceptional case. In extending our hands across the miles to the people of Palestine, we do so in full knowledge that we are part of a humanity that is at one. These were the words of our founding president, Nelson Mandela. This is the spirit in which South Africa acceded to the Convention on the Prevention and Punishment of Crime of Genocide in 1998. This is the spirit in which we approach this court. As a contracting party to the Convention, this is a commitment we owe to the people of Palestine and Israelis alike. As previously mentioned, the violence and the destruction in Palestine and Israel did not begin on the 7th of October 2023. The Palestinians have experienced systematic oppression and violence for the last 76 years. On 6 October 2023, and every day since October the 7th, 2023. In the Gaza Strip, at least since 2004, Israel continues to exercise control over the airspace, territorial waters, land crossing, water, electricity, and civilian infrastructure, as well as over key government functions. Entry and exit by air and sea to Gaza is strictly prohibited, with Israel operating the only two crossing points. Given that continuing effective control by Israel and over the territory of Gaza, Israel is still considered by international community to be under belligerent occupation by Israel. South Africa unequivocally condemned the targeting of civilians by Hamas and other Palestinian armed groups and the taking of hostages on the 7th of October 2023. And has again expressly recorded this condemnation, mostly recently in its note verbal to Israel on the 21st of December 2023. That said, no armed attack on a state territory, no matter how serious, even an attack involving atrocity crimes, can provide any justification for or defense to breaches to the convention, whether as a matter of law or morality. Israel's response to the 7th of October 2023 attack has crossed this line and give rise to the breaches of the convention. Faced with such evidence and our duty to do what we can do to prevent genocide, as contained in Article 1 of the convention, the South African government initiated this case. South Africa welcomes the fact that Israel has engaged with the case in order to have the matter resolved by the court, after careful and objective consideration of the facts and submission put before it, as the parties to the convention have intended. This hearing is concerned with South Africa's request to the court for the indication of provisional measures and will necessarily have a narrow and particular focus. I invoke the words of Martin Luther King when he said, "The arch of the moral of the universe is long, always bending towards justice." South Africa's case will be presented by a team of 6 legal counsels, comprising of Dr. Adila Hasim, Mr. Tembeka Ngcukaitobi, Professor John Dugat, Ms. Blim Leckrone, Mr. Max Dupree, and Professor Vaughan Low. Dr. Adila Hasim, Senior Counsel, will provide an overview of the risk of genocidal acts in the perpetual vulnerability to acts of genocide. Mr. Tembeka Ngcukaitobi, Senior Counsel, will examine Israel's alleged genocidal intent. Professor John Dugat, Senior Counsel, will focus on the prima facie jurisdiction. Professor Max Duplessis, Senior Counsel, will discuss the various rights currently under threat. Blinny Crowell, King's Counsel, will present the argument of agency and potential irreparable harm. And Professor Vaughan Low, King's Counsel, will speak on the provisional measures. I now request, Madam President, the court to call on Dr. Hasim. I thank you.
So, Collin, I know you watched a bit of this. You might have missed that statement specifically, and I think you were watching past that pretty close. You sort of halfway through, I think. It was like 3 a.m, so I can't blame anyone for not watching it. But if you did, and it was also not easy to find. Consortium News had it. Al Jazeera had it. That's like it. And Roar Media had it. I wanted to shout them out for that too. But yeah, I wanted people in the chat and in the comments, if you're watching this not live, if you also watched it in full, in clips, live, tell me how much you were able to see these statements, because they didn't make it easy. So
no,
but
I only saw, I'm not sure what you pulled, but I didn't see this.
Yeah.
And I was able to see some clips that Richie Medhurst kind of linked to on his Twitter. That's it.
So like this one in particular, we'll go back and listen to a few of these. But we heard his statements.
Discriminatory laws, policies
but
and practices.
He did talk about that the broader context of the 75 years, right? Essentially, both these guys laid out what was going to happen for the rest of this, right?
Right.
So, you know,
the violence and the
this
destruction
guy,
in Palestine and Israel.
Ronald Lamola, right? I find it funny he brought up MLK right at the beginning, right?
For the last 76 years.
So,
on 6 October
you know,
2023,
what did he say?
on the Gaza Strip, at least since 2004, Israel continues to exercise control over the airspace, territorial waters, land crossing, water, electricity, and civilian infrastructure, as well as over key government functions. No armed attack on a state territory, no matter how serious, even an attack involving atrocity crimes, can provide any justification for or defense to breaches to the convention, whether as a matter of law or morality. Israel's response to the 7th of October 2023 attack has crossed this line and give rise to the breaches of the convention.
So, dude laid stuff out pretty well, right? Here's something we didn't see. Here's was same Minister of Justice, Ronald Lamola, talking about, you know, you heard he mentioned Nelson Mandela in his speech, right? So he's going to give you some little more context to that.
There is a compelling argument that genocide is being committed in Gaza on the basis that there is an annihilation or cleansing of a civilian population, and also the quotes of Israel ministers and generals of the army aimed to annihilate the entire population of Palestine from the Gaza Strip. Our founding father has been very clear that South Africa is not free until the people of Palestine are free.
Any questions? Like,
not from me.
No, yeah, these guys have been on it. No,
there is a compelling.
So, very clear. Nelson Mandela would have been support. So, in context, had these in full. If you want to go watch them there, right? So feel free to do that. Lise has a couple, right? But we're gonna get to Adil Hassim, right? So Israel's mass killing of Palestinians in Gaza, Israel's infliction of serious bodily or mentally harm to Palestinians in Gaza. Israel has deliberately imposed conditions on Gaza that cannot sustain life and are calculated to bring about its physical destruction, and Israel's military assault on Gaza's healthcare system, which renders life unsustainable. That was what she brought to the table here, right? So Richie replying to this, Israel's images toast 75 years of propaganda down the drain. Whatever the highly politicized and highest court in the UN system decides won't change the insurmountable evidence that Israel has been committing genocide for 3 months against Palestinians, never mind 75 years. So we're going to start here. A must-share video, perhaps the most important part of the South Africa case against Israel at the ICJ, presented.
The first genocidal act committed by Israel is the mass killing of Palestinians.
Nope. Come on.
The first genocidal act committed by Israel is the mass killing of Palestinians in Gaza, in violation of Article 2A of the Genocide Convention.
What did you hear, Collin? Remember, this is a court, right? And these are lawyers. So they have to do what? Cite the code that's being broken, right?
Right.
I had people tell me that didn't happen from this side. So I just wanted to make sure we're catching all these articles that she's bringing up, okay?
Wait, pause. People were saying
to me
they weren't citing
that it was some idiots on Rumble. Don't worry about it. They're not important.
Oh, okay.
But it was like they hadn't watched. Not ours.
It's our audience.
I watched this on Roar Media to give them some support, and people found, because they were the only ones covering it, people on Rumble found it and decided to put I thought they were bots at first, so, you know, but anyway, it was like, Jews are better lawyers, right? And yada yada.
Oh,
Like that's what
God.
was put out. So not the smartest of folks. So, but yeah, I just wanted to point out all these articles and breaks in the Geneva Code that she's citing, right?
Secretary General explained 5 weeks ago, the level of Israel's killing is so extensive that nowhere is safe in Gaza. As I stand before you today, 23,210 Palestinians have been killed by Israeli forces during the sustained attacks over the last 3 months. At least 70% of whom are believed to be women and children. Some 7,000 Palestinians are still missing, presumed dead under the rubble. Palestinians in Gaza are subjected to relentless bombing wherever they go. They are killed in their homes, in places where they seek shelter, in hospitals, in schools, in mosques, in churches, and as they try to find food and water for their families. They have been killed if they failed to evacuate. In the places to which they have fled, and even while they attempted to flee along Israeli-declared safe routes. The level of killing is so extensive that those whose bodies are found are buried in mass graves, often unidentified. In the first 3 weeks alone, following 7 October, Israel deployed 6,000 bombs per week. At least 200 times it has deployed 2,000-pound bombs in southern areas of Palestine designated as safe. These bombs have also decimated the north, including refugee camps. 2,000-pound bombs are some of the biggest and most destructive bombs available. They are dropped by lethal fighter jets that are used to strike targets on the ground by one of the world's most resourced armies. Israel has killed an unparalleled and unprecedented number of civilians, with the full knowledge of how many civilian lives each bomb will take. More than 1,800 families, Palestinian families in Gaza, have lost multiple family members, and hundreds of multi-generational families have been wiped out, with no remaining survivors. Mothers, fathers, children, siblings, grandparents, aunts, cousins, often all killed together. This killing is nothing short of destruction of Palestinian life. It is inflicted deliberately. No one is spared, not even newborn babies. The scale of Palestinian child killings in Gaza is such that UN chiefs have described it as a graveyard for children. The devastation, we submit, is intended to and has laid waste to Gaza beyond any acceptable, legal, let alone humane justification.
Thoughts? I mean,
they brought receipt after
Bro.
receipt after receipt after receipt.
Bro, let me tell you, watching this was one of the most cathartic things I've seen in a long time. You know why?
Yes.
None of this shit has been brought. There is a reason that mainstream did not show this.
Yes.
Like, this is the first time I've heard anywhere other than on places that we watch and go to and talk about. Has anyone saying any of this? And this is 4 minutes of a 3-hour long statement. Like, they brought it. So you'll be interested to see the response to this. How can you respond to this? You know? So they even knew how it would go down. We'll get to it, but let's head to the next one. If it lets me, there we go. So in context, bringing us some more. Here we go.
The UN Special Rapporteur on Violence Against Women and Girls has pointed to acts committed by Israel that would fall under the fourth category of genocidal acts in Article 2D of the Convention. On 22 November, she expressly warned the following: the reproductive violence inflicted by Israel on Palestinian women, newborn babies, infants, and children could be qualified as acts of genocide under Article 2 of the Genocide Convention, including imposing measures intended to prevent births within a group.
Article what now? Article 2? Just making it a point.
The UN Special.
Yes, we know the UN Special. Thank you. Yeah. So, okay. So, breaking. South Africa on ICJ. Israel army said there are no innocent civilians. Israel soldiers proved that they understood the prime minister's message to remember what Amalek has done to you. As you know, they were surrounded by journalists dancing and singing. We know our motto. There are no uninvolved, that they obey one commandment to wipe out the seed of Amalek. The prime minister's invocation of Hamelech is being used by soldiers to justify the killing of civilians, including children. These are the soldiers repeating the inciting words of the prime minister. So, not sure if I brought that clip. I do believe so. Look at that. Look at that. I got the clip. Look at that. I'm smart. Here we go.
On 7 December 2023, Israeli soldiers proved that they understood the Prime Minister's message to remember what the Amalek has.
Now, you'll notice later, what is this man wearing? He's wearing this outfit, right? Lawyer's robes.
Yeah.
What normally goes with that?
In this case,
the hair, but he ain't doing that. He be all natural in that motherfucker. Let's go.
Has done to you as genocider. They were recorded by journalists dancing and singing. We know our motto: there are no uninvolved, that they obey one commandment to wipe off the seed of Amalek. The Prime Minister's invocation of Amalek is being used by soldiers to justify the killing of civilians, including children. These are the soldiers repeating the inciting words of their Prime Minister.
Did you read that, everyone? That was
for
okay.
People who are listening, you might have to say.
Well, essentially they said things like, this is Israeli soldiers, of course, right? Understanding the mission that Prime Minister Netanyahu gave them, right? Which is that there are no uninvolved civilians. They are the seed of Amalek. We will wipe them out, right? I mean, just to paraphrase.
Right.
So, and they did a nice fun dance. I mean, when you Google dancing Israelis, some different stuff might pop up now. So, you know, but yeah. So let's head to the next thing. So this is where we start. This guy's statements are where we start getting into explaining what he's doing is trying to explain how genocidal intent is being taken place here, right? So we've mentioned Netanyahu, right? And his statements. He's going down the chain of command, essentially, okay? So members of the Knesset, whatnot, that's what we're doing. We're trying to prove intent here. Intent is important in this proceedings, which you will get later, especially in our next segment.
Of grave atrocities have protested that they were misunderstood, that they did not mean what they said.
So he's literally explaining what Israel is going to do.
And that their own words were taken out of context. What state would admit to a genocidal intent? Yet, the distinctive feature of this case has not been the silence as such, but the reiteration and repetition of genocidal speech throughout every sphere of state in Israel. We remind the court of the identity and authority of the genocidal inciters: the Prime Minister, the President, the Minister of Defense, the Minister of National Security, the Minister of Energy and Infrastructure, members of the Knesset, senior army officials, and foot soldiers. Genocidal utterances are therefore not out in the fringes. They are embodied in state policy. The intent to destroy is plainly understood by soldiers on the ground. It is also fully understood by some within the Israeli society, with the government facing criticism for allowing in any aid to Gaza on the basis that it is recanting on its promise to starve Palestinians. Any suggestion that Israeli officials did not mean what they said or were not fully understood by soldiers and civilians alike to mean what they said should be rejected by this court. The evidence of genocidal intent is not only chilling, it is also overwhelming and incontrovertible.
Okay. Like, just, dude, you're gonna like the rest of the night too. It's gonna be great. It's gonna be great. Let's keep rolling. So, again, full videos that in context, right? So any suggestion Israeli officials didn't mean what they said or were misunderstood should be rejected by this court. We just heard this man say. The evidence of genocidal intent is not only chilling, it is overwhelming and incontrovertible. Okay? So, again, singing and dancing, there are no innocent civilians, right? That's, it's just kind of ridiculous. So, here is Al Jazeera, right?
It is because of the policy of Israel that Gaza has become a place of death and despair. In conclusion, Madam President, many propagators of grave atrocities have protested that they were misunderstood, that they did not mean what they said, and that their own words were taken out of context. What state would admit to a genocidal intent? Yet, the distinctive feature of this case has not been the silence as such, but the reiteration and repetition of genocide.
I mean, the fact that Al Jazeera split screening this the whole time, and did it when Israel was there, by the way. Pretty crazy. what did I say earlier, Care Bear? The brilliant South African lawyer, and I'm not even going to try to butcher your last name, but Timbeka rendered an eloquent and captivating argument at the ICJ yesterday. He did so wearing dreads and not the colonial relic. It's safe to say that South Africa has reintroduced itself to the world. Hi, I'm me, South Africa, the real South Africa. Will any motherfuckers please stand up?
Well, he's saying my crown is okay. I don't want that white bullshit.
White
on
bullshit.
My head.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Okay. So, enter this lady. Oh my God.
This I see.
Dude.
Each day, yet more desperate people will be forced to relocate from where they are sheltering, or will be bombed in places where they have been told to evacuate to.
Really?
Entire multi-generational families will be obliterated. And yet more Palestinian children will become WCNSF. Wounded child, no surviving family. The terrible new acronym born out of Israel's genocidal assault on the Palestinian population in Gaza.
What was that acronym again, Care Bear? Did we catch that?
Wounded child. Dot. Oh, fuck.
CNSF. Wounded child, no surviving family.
That they've coined a new acronym for this. Wounded child, no surviving family. Reports of field executions, torture, and ill treatment are mounting, as are images of decomposing bodies of Palestinian men, women, and children left unburied where they are killed. Some are picked upon by animals.
The court has heard of the horrific death toll and of the more than 7,000 Palestinian men, women, and children reported missing, presumed dead, or dying slow, excruciating deaths trapped under the rubble. Reports of field executions and torture and ill treatment are mounting, as are images of decomposing bodies of Palestinian men, women, and children left unburied where they were killed, some being picked upon by animals. It is becoming ever clearer that huge swathes of Gaza, entire towns, villages, refugee camps, are being wiped from the map. As you have heard, but it bears repeating, according to the World Food Programme, 4 out of 5 people in the world in famine or a catastrophic type of hunger are in Gaza right now. Indeed, experts warn that deaths from starvation and disease risk significantly outstripping deaths from bombings. The daily statistics stand as clear evidence of the urgency and of the irreparable prejudice. On the basis of the current figures, on average, 247 Palestinians are being killed and are at risk of being killed each day, many of them literally blown to pieces. They include 48 mothers each day, 2 every hour, and over 117 children each day, leading UNICEF to call Israel's actions a war on children. On current rates which show no sign of abating, each day, over 3 medics, 2 teachers, more than 1 United Nations employee, and more than 1 journalist will be killed, many while at work or in what appear to be targeted attacks on their family homes or where they are sheltering. The risk of famine will increase each day. Each day, an average of 629 people will be wounded, some multiple times over, as they move from place to place, desperately seeking sanctuary. Each day, over 10 Palestinian children will have 1 or both legs amputated, many without anesthetic. Each day, on current rates, an average of 3,900 Palestinian homes will be damaged or destroyed. More mass graves will be dug. More cemeteries will be bulldozed and bombed, and corpses violently exhumed, denying even the dead any dignity or peace.
I mean, was it 127 kids a day?
Yeah.
Like, ugh.
That the disruption of access to education has a dramatic impact on children, and that conflict has lifelong effects on their physical and mental health. Almost 90,000 Palestinian university students cannot attend at university in Gaza. Over 60% of schools, almost all universities, and countless bookshops and libraries have been damaged or destroyed, and hundreds of teachers and academics have been killed, including deans of universities and leading Palestinian scholars, obliterating the very prospects for the future education of Gaza's children and young people.
So, talking about the destruction of universities, right? Hundreds of teachers and academics have been killed, including Arafat, who we've talked about. Rafat al-Arir, isn't that his name? I think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Heard about him last month.
Yep. So, next lady on the docket.
This is by far maybe the biggest blow we have received.
Oh no. So,
but he said,
this made me cry. I could not watch this without, like, it's something I hadn't seen before, which on this is not much, you know, so.
No apologies will be accepted after the genocide. What has been done has been done. I want you to look in the mirror and ask, where was I when Gaza was going through a genocide? South Africa is here before this court in the Peace Palace. It has done what it could. It is doing what it can by initiating these proceedings, by seeking interim measures against itself as well as against Israel. South Africa now respectfully and humbly calls on this honourable court to do what is in its power to do, to indicate the provisional measures that are so urgently required to prevent further irreparable harm to the Palestinian people in Gaza, whose hopes, including for their very survival, are now vested in this court.
Madam President, members of the court, I should like to thank you for your kind attention. I ask that you call Professor Lowe, KC, to the podium now to describe the provisional measures sought by South Africa on behalf of the Palestinian people.
That didn't give me
I thank
what I
Ms.
wanted.
Negralik, and I now invite.
But maybe we'll get to it. So yeah. Right, this. Do I have it? No. It was in there. Hold on. Let's do this, and let's click this. Ewan has this in full, right? So let me go here. Let's teach everyone a trick. Let's go more, show transcript, Control F. And if I can actually spell for once. Yep. Yes.
The international community continues to fail the Palestinian people, despite the overt, dehumanizing, genocidal rhetoric by Israeli governmental and military officials, matched by the Israeli army's actions on the ground. Despite the horror of the genocide against the Palestinian people being live-streamed from Gaza to our mobile phones, computers, and television screens, the first genocide in history where its victims are broadcasting their own destruction in real time in the desperate, so far vain hope that the world might do something. Gaza represents nothing short of a moral failure, as described by the usually circumspect International Committee of the Red Cross. As underscored by United Nations chiefs, that failure has, I quote, repercussions not just for the people of Gaza, but for the generations to come who will never forget these over 90 days of hell and assaults on the most basic precepts of humanity. As stated by a United Nations spokesperson in Gaza last week, at the site of a hospital clearly marked with the symbol of the Red Crescent, where 5 Palestinians, including a 5-day-old baby, had just been killed. The world should be absolutely horrified. The world should be absolutely outraged. There is no safe space in Gaza, and the world should be ashamed. Madam President, members of the Court, in conclusion, I share with you 2 photographs. The first is of a whiteboard at a hospital in northern Gaza, one of the many Palestinian hospitals targeted, besieged, and bombed by Israel over the course of the past 3 brutal months. The whiteboard is wiped clean of no longer possible surgical cases, leaving only a handwritten message by a Médecins Sans Frontières doctor, which reads, "We did what we could. Remember us." The second photograph is of the same whiteboard after an Israeli strike on the hospital on the 21st of November that killed the author of the message, Dr. Mahmoud Abu Nujayla, along with 2 of his colleagues. Just over a month later, in a powerful sermon delivered from a church in Bethlehem on Christmas Day, the same day Israel had killed 250 Palestinians, including at least 86 people, many from the same family, massacred in a single strike on Maghazi refugee camp. Palestinian pastor Munzar Ishaq addressed his congregation and the world, and he said, and I quote, "Gaza as we know it no longer exists. This is an annihilation. This is a genocide. We will rise. We will stand up again from the midst of destruction, as we have always done as Palestinians, though this is by far maybe the biggest blow we have received." But he said, "No apologies will be accepted after the genocide. What has been done has been done. I want you to look in the mirror and ask, where was I when Gaza was going through a genocide?" South Africa.
So, yeah. Any thoughts so far? Yeah, yeah. That one was rough for me.
You're gonna make me watch Israel's defense. I haven't seen much, if any of it at all. And I wish you wouldn't, because I'm gonna rage.
It's like, yeah, I'm definitely taking you through the roller coaster of emotions tonight. So
right, like how what can you do
yeah, dude,
after this? What are you gonna do after this?
Well, we're not the only ones. I find myself shedding tears. I believed I had witnessed everything until South Africa revealed image from a whiteboard depicting the conditions before and after an airstrike. Like this one, that one got me watching it. I was like, oh, fuck. So, Johnny Graz here. Israel and the U.S. may succeed in buying or blackmailing their way past an ICJ verdict, but the arguments presented today will live forever. Israel will never again be seen as anything but a genocidal European ethno-colony. So good for you, Johnny Graz. You're out here doing it. So a little bit more. We're almost through it. So what do you think Israel's response will be here? Right? What have you been seeing to this response? Right? So I'll direct you
me taking shots
right down here. We were embarrassed by our government's failure to engage properly with Israel before filing the dispute and by our hosting Hamas's leadership in South Africa 3 weeks after that organization indisputably yada yada October 7th yada yada. Okay? This man up here says, listen carefully.
Article 9 of the Genocide Convention makes it clear that state parties are guardians of the Genocide Convention. Unlike other treaties designed to protect human rights, it does not oblige states to pursue negotiations as a prelude to approaching this court. It does not treat the ending of genocidal acts as a bilateral affair between states. Instead, it envisages a situation in which a state, acting on behalf of the international community as a whole, seizes the jurisdiction of the court as a matter of urgency to prevent genocide. South Africa has a long history of close relations with Israel. For this reason, it did not bring the dispute immediately to the attention of the court. It watched with horror as Israel responded to the terrible atrocities committed against its people on 7th of October, with an attack on Gaza that resulted in the indiscriminate killing of innocent Palestinian civilians, most of whom were women and children. The South African government repeatedly voiced its concerns in the Security Council and in public statements that Israel's actions had become genocidal. On 10 November, in a formal diplomatic démarche, it informed Israel that while it condemned the actions of Hamas, it wanted the International Criminal Court to investigate the leadership of Israel for international crimes, including genocide. As the court will know, the definition of genocide in the Rome Statute repeats that of the Genocide Convention. On 17 October, South Africa referred Israel's commission of the crime of genocide to the International Criminal Court for, quote, vigorous investigation, unquote. In announcing this decision, President Ramaphosa publicly expressed his abhorrence for what is happening right now in Gaza, which is now turned into a concentration camp where genocide is taking place.
So what was that about Hamas that South Africa had condemned? Just, you know, we're going to get into why they're not dealing with Hamas in this a little bit more.
Article 9 of the...
So, you know, they essentially stated that, like, they can't, there is no jurisdiction over Hamas by this court. Right? That's part of it. Jurisdiction is a big deal with this, which that guy's whole thing was about how there is jurisdiction here. On top of, and many people have uttered this, people like Craig Murray and so on, that this is not just a trial against Israel, but a trial against the court itself. Right? Which is why we're talking about jurisdiction this way. Right? Of like, no, this is genocide. You're supposed to do these actions. Right? So just keep that in your head. Let's continue.
South Africa believes that the publicly available evidence of the scale of the destruction resulting from the bombardment of Gaza and the deliberate restriction of food, water, medicines, and electricity available to the population of Gaza demonstrates that the government of Israel, not Jewish people or Israeli citizens, the government of Israel and its military, is intent on destroying the Palestinians in Gaza as a group and is doing nothing to prevent or punish the actions of others who support that aim. And I repeat, the point is not simply that Israel is acting disproportionately. The point is that the prohibition on genocide is an absolute, a peremptory rule of law. Nothing can ever justify genocide. No matter what some individuals within the group of Palestinians in Gaza may have done, and no matter how great the threat to Israeli citizens might be, genocidal attacks on the whole of Gaza and the whole of its population with the intent of destroying them cannot be justified. And no exception can be made in a provisional measures order to allow a state to engage in actions that are capable of violating its obligations under the Genocide Convention. It is unthinkable that a court would ever do such a thing. That is the simple point in this case. Genocide can never be justified in any circumstances. Israel's actions will be examined closely and methodically at the merit stage, when the court will want to hear what Israel has to say in its defense. What matters now is that the evidence indicates that Israel's actions have violated its obligations under the Genocide Convention, that they continue to violate them, and that Israel has asserted that it intends to continue them. Israel may say that it will comply with all of its obligations under the Genocide Convention and that orders from the court are not necessary. But in previous cases, the court has held that such unilateral statements do not remove the risk of irreparable prejudice or obviate the need for a court order. In this case, one reason for doubting the efficacy of any such unilateral undertaking is Israel's apparent inability to see that it has done anything wrong in grinding Gaza and its people into the dust.
Well, that's, yep. And I mean, I can't, not much I can say with this stuff, you know? So,
right.
But this is, again, UK-based lawyer, right, Von Lowe, tells the ICJ that although Israel says it does whatever it can to minimize civilian casualties, which we're going to get to in our next segment, its relentless bombing of Gaza's residential areas and safe zones tell a different story.
It's no use Israel saying that it does whatever it can to minimize the deaths of innocent men, women, and children. The use of 2,000-pound bunker-busting bombs and dumb bombs in residential areas and the relentless bombardment of Gaza, and even of so-called safe areas to which Palestinians have been directed by Israel, tell another story. But that is not the only point. It's not just a question of scale and of indiscriminate killing. It's also a question of intention. If any military operation, no matter how carefully it's carried out, is carried out pursuant to an intention to destroy a people in whole or in part, it violates the Genocide Convention, and it must stop. And that is why all military operations capable of violating the Genocide Convention must cease.
Any questions? You're wondering how a defense will be surmounted. I can already tell, like,
It's no use.
I don't want to watch the next segment.
Yep.
I should address the question of self-defense. In its advisory opinion in the wall case, the court noted that the threat that Israel had argued justified the construction of the wall was not imputable to a foreign state, but emanated from territory, the occupied Palestinian territory, over which Israel itself exercises control. For those reasons, the court decided, as a matter of international law, the right of self-defense under Article 51 of the Charter, the UN Charter, had no relevance in such circumstances. 20 days ago, the Security Council affirmed yet again that Gaza is occupied territory. Though Israel refers to a complete withdrawal from Gaza, it has retained control over Gaza, over access by land and sea and air, and over key governmental functions and supplies of water and electricity. The tightness of its grip may have varied, but no one can doubt the continuous reality of Israel's grip on Gaza. The court's legal holding from 2004 holds good, and a similar point is to be made here. What Israel is doing in Gaza, it is doing in territory under its own control. Its actions are enforcing its occupation. The law on self-defense under Article 51 of the UN Charter has no application.
No application, Collin. So this is the last guy. So we're on the home stretch here. So, but so again, we're gonna have to listen carefully, right? So when are we bringing Hamas to the International Court of Justice? Oh wait, we don't need to do that. They admit they want to commit genocide and all blah 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 blah.
First, some will ask why South Africa does not seek any court order against Hamas. This case concerns Israel's actions in Gaza, which is territory that 3 weeks ago in Resolution 2720, the UN Security Council stressed is, quote, an integral part of the territory occupied in 1967, end quote, by Israel. As the court will understand, Hamas is not a state and cannot be a party to the Genocide Convention, and cannot be a party to these proceedings.
Rolling his fucking eyes.
There are other bodies and processes that can address the questions of steps to be taken in respect of past atrocities and against other actors, and they are no doubt considering what they should do. But as a matter of law, under the Convention, South Africa cannot request an order from this court against Hamas.
Right. And I think I tweeted that last week, that Hamas is not a state.
Yep.
So
guess who was there though, Care Bear?
You cannot bring them to court.
Guess who was there?
Oh,
Irish goddess herself, Claire Daly. Determined mood here in a truly international crowd outside the Peace Palace at The Hague as we witness the opening of South Africa's case at the ICJ accusing Israel of genocide in Gaza. It's not just Israel on trial today, it's the international community, right? So here we are.
Before you today, on behalf of the Republic of South Africa, I wish to express my gratitude to the court for convening this hearing on the earliest possible date to entertain South Africa's request.
Right? So, cheers, delighted people, right? No, thank you. Next, please. So, people in the West Bank gathered in Nelson Mandela Square to show their gratitude to South Africa. The South African national anthem was sung to express gratitude to South Africa for its efforts to bring Israel to justice for its crimes against the Palestinian people, right? So here they are in Nelson Mandela Square, right? There's the statue of Nelson right there. Right? Look at all those flags out. Playing South Africa's anthem and whatnot. So legit, no, look, Kufia's out. But it was nice. Right?
Yeah.
So we can't have Claire Daly and Mick Wallace out here without hearing them speak. So let's do that, right?
European representatives of all governments are now, we're seeing them backtrack a little bit on their stances, considering that if they are considered complicit with the genocide, they also may face sanctions. The ruling will also apply to them. How do you feel about the David Cameron's recent stance when questioned about the British position?
Listen, okay, we're elected members of the European Parliament, but we're very well aware of the fact that politics disappoints and politicians disappoint. And the hypocrisy that we've seen in the last 90 days from European politicians has been breathtaking. It's shocking that they can talk about human rights or international law anywhere, and they have watched a genocide take place in Gaza. They have backed Israel. We flew Israeli flags on the buildings in Brussels. We had a vigil for the children lost in Israel, but not the children lost in Gaza. The hypocrisy is horrific. And the politicians of Europe have been exposed because they have been complicit in the atrocities that Israel has been committing against the Palestinian people. But the sad truth is that the US and the EU have not abandoned their colonialist position. The Zionism is a settler colonial project that was invented by Western powers, and they are proceeding with it today. They're supporting the ethnic cleansing of Palestine. A genocide is taking place in front of their eyes. The people all over the world can see what's happening. The politicians have been a disgrace.
Thank you so much. And I think that really does reflect the mood of everyone here today. We know that the ruling, of course, is not binding. And if so, and if they rule against the case of South Africa, what do you think the ramifications will be for people all over the world who will no longer be believing in the myth of international law being able to be upheld by Western institutions?
Well, for a number of years now, we've seen the Americans and the Europeans ignore the UN Charter. They've talked about rules-based international order, which is something they make up as they go along. International order, international law has been under pressure and in trouble for a number of years because a lot of it has been hijacked by US empire. And they are using and abusing human rights and international law to further the financial interests, and a lot of the times they have weaponized human rights and humanitarian law. But people are starting to see through it. People are waking up, and people can see. And I would say, never ever before have they been so badly exposed as their support for the Zionist project this time round. The people of the world can see through them now, and we need change. And you might say, well, whatever way the verdict goes, it will be difficult to get Israel to stop.
Yes.
But the people who can make Israel stop are the Americans and the Europeans. And people thought one time that South Africa would never give up on apartheid because they had such financial interests. The white supremacists in South Africa had a huge financial interest in keeping things the same. But it changed. It changed because the international community turned on them and they forced them to change. That hasn't happened with Israel. Yeah. But we need that to start happening now. The people of the world want things to change. And it's about time we got rid of the politicians who don't want change because they're behind the curve.
Mick Wallace, killing it. Like the rock star he looks like, you know? So, I mean, tell me he doesn't look like he's a member of AC/DC, right? If you just saw him,
yeah,
You know what I mean? And he almost sounds like it with all the fucking tings and the anyway. And the time and anyway, I love both of these people. So, but
European.
Click next, please. Thank you. Okay, so another legend, Max Blumenthal, right? Out here in front of the he's at the White House press room, no? So he's going to ask the State Department how it dismisses the amount of evidence we just saw, right?
Right.
On that, Secretary Blinken has specifically accused China of genocide for its treatment of the Uyghurs, but Blinken didn't point to any mass killing there. According to Euromed Monitor, 4% of the entire population of the Gaza Strip is now dead or injured. In just 90 days, 65,000 tons of munitions have been dropped on the Gaza Strip, 3 times what was dropped.
You're seeing a deer in headlights.
You have evidence of industrial-style killing. The South African legal team presented 20 minutes straight of statements on the record by Israeli leadership expressing the intent.
Yeah. That's definitely. It's very funny though, is it not? Like, shit.
Team Walker in the chat said this speaker's texted his aide, who let Max in?
Who let Max in? Fucking very good, Team Orca. Good for you. Yeah, he was also at the beginning. He's like, I guess you could go. Like Max cutting his way in, you know, like,
for example, referring to the Palestinian population as Amalek. So how can you explain this discrepancy between Secretary Blinken accusing China explicitly of genocide with no mass killing, presenting no evidence of the mass killing of Uyghurs, and then dismissing out of hand the potential that Israel could be committing genocide in the Gaza Strip, calling it unfounded? How do you explain this?
Max is both calling out 2 things at once. The Chinese thing on the Uyghurs that has no evidence, right? And Palestinians' actual genocide. It was just fucking great.
The same way that I just explained it to your colleague who asked essentially the same version of your question, which is that each conflict is different, and any kind of determination like this needs to be based on specific facts and law. And when it comes to the points that are being made in today's hearing, again, I'm not going to speak to those specifically. Israel will have an opportunity to address some of those tomorrow. But we again feel that these allegations that Israel is committing genocide are unfounded. That being said, we do not disagree that additional steps must and need to be taken to minimize the impact on civilians, and we'll continue to raise that directly with relevant partners.
And given that you fast-tracked a sale of 14,000 tank shells to Israel, bypassing Congress, given Secretary Blinken's participation in war cabinet
We didn't bypass. I'm just going to stop you right there because the premise of your question is a little misguided. We did not bypass Congress. As part of those, as part of that, there is appropriate congressional notification that happens, and we complied with those appropriately.
Okay, more and more members of Congress are demanding oversight because they're not getting adequate oversight. But no one disputes that the U.S. is isolated in protecting Israel as it conducts this operation, as it calls it, in Gaza. No one disputes the direct U.S. role. So the question is, does Secretary Blinken, who went to Israel first, declaring he was there as a Jew, identifying with the ethno-religious character of this state, which is now standing accused of the potential to commit genocide, is Secretary Blinken concerned that ruling in favor of South Africa in this case could set the stage for his own prosecution or that of your colleagues?
I'm just not going to get ahead of hypotheticals, and you probably
damn right
either.
you're not.
Jackson, go ahead.
Get the fuck out. We got to bail. What did that man just say? You and your colleagues? Fuck. Us, we're on the line. Shit. Run. I didn't know I was. Fuck. Like, this internal screaming. Great job, Max. Good for you, bud. Like, killing this man. You're never letting they're never letting you in that room again, by the way.
I'm surprised they did.
Yeah.
How does Max manage to get in these places?
So
if we ever interview him, I have to ask him that.
Here's some responses right? The Israeli Minister of France, Bezalel Smotrich, the court in The Hague, like many other international courts, is infused with anti-Semitic. They're saying the court is anti-Semites, Colin. The antiseptic court is out in full force. So, okay. So, speaking of what Max just brought up, right? Okay. South Africa has informed the Biden admin that it will sue the United States of America for its support of the genocide in Gaza. What are your thoughts on this? Johnny Gaz replies, please do, then go after the EU. Right? So South African lawyers have written to Biden warning that they intend to begin proceedings against his government for being complicit in ongoing international crimes. Okay.
Yeah.
Yes, please. Right, here it is. Okay. We, together with a group of lawyers from South Africa, act on behalf of all the Palestinian people who are directly affected by the ongoing international crimes and displacement perpetrated by the Israeli government since, but not limited to, 1948, for reasons fully expressed here below. Right, we hereby place the government of the United States of America on notice that we intend to bring legal proceedings against the U.S. government based on overwhelming evidence that the U.S. government has and is aiding, abetting, and supporting, encouraging, or providing material assistance and means to Israel and the IDF. This conduct by the U.S. government has enabled and continues to enable Israel to engage in international crimes against the Palestinian
You know what?
people.
I'm just thinking, if this was Trump, like,
Mm-hmm.
can you imagine the press
Yep.
being like he'll be hanged?
Look at the
right
background
now.
here, right?
But like
the Balfour
Right.
Declaration, which resulted in a significant upheaval in the lives of Palestine. They're bringing it as far as we're implicit, right?
yeah.
So these goddamn South Africans are always meddling in Israel's self-defense. Israel labels South Africa legal arm of Hamas, right? So you can tell where we're headed in our next segment, aren't you? Fee, list of countries that have supported the case of South Africa against Israel in the ICJ, right? Look at all these. Count them up, people at home. You can pause, you can read, right? You know, look at Morocco
who
there.
else is there?
Notice who isn't there.
Saudis. The
Yep.
Saudis.
Yep. US and UK, of course, are not in support.
In support.
Yeah. So, bro. Okay. Johnny Graz, the Ku Klux Khazars are out in full force tonight. Hoo boy. What is that translated right there? You see this tweet, Colin? What's that translated to? Yep. Yep. Bro, we are being sued by a nation of monkeys for crimes against us. But wait, there's more. Okay, so let's look at this tweet, translated from Hebrew. It is important to note that Africans are a people of slaves, and a slave is invalid for testimony. Monkeys, liars,
Fuck that hoe! Fuck that hoe! Who said that?
This person.
Who said that?
At Spire.
Too bad it's in Hebrew.
I know, right? Monkeys, liars, supporters of terrorism, please name them. But wait, Colin. But wait, that's worse. So, I speak Hebrew, Rabbi David Mirvazer. I speak Hebrew. This translation is wrong. The original is even worse. Monkeys, liars, and supporters of terrorism, wipe out their names. Okay? Yeah. Yeah. It's fucked up, isn't it? Fucked up. Fucked up. Anyway, let's palate cleanse with Nelson Mandela. right? Ooh, I know, Collin. I know.
How surprised have you been about the furor that your remarks about the Palestinians and that whole Cuba and the flap that has followed in the wake of those remarks? Has that been a surprise to you at all?
I was more astonished than surprised. You must remember that when in 1960, leaders like Oliver Tambo and the young man sitting at the back there, Thabo Mbeki, went out of the country, one of the first steps that they took was to visit the West and to ask for assistance. In the course of that visit, they came to the United States of America and asked for help. They did not get that help. They went to Cuba, and the Cuba on the spot pledged support and actually gave it long before the West could do anything to assist us. I am surprised that anybody should now expect us to condemn Cuba, to condemn the PLO, which has been working with us right from the beginning and helping us in our problems. It is totally unrealistic. It is a typical attitude of countries which really do not approach the problem of South Africa from the point of view of the liberation struggle in South Africa, which approach these problems from the point of view of their own interest. What that view wants is that the African National Congress and the liberation movement in South Africa should be used for the purpose of conducting vendettas, enemies of the West. We must join that vendetta in order to advance the interests of the West. That we will not do.
What happened to him?
Go off my day.
Funny. So before we get to our next segment, right, I wanted to bring this little video, right, which is going to air out a bit of a thing that you saw. So I'll let the video do the talking on this.
Here are 3 ways that South Africa nailed their case against Israel at the ICJ. South Africa anticipated Israel's arguments in advance and worked to undermine them. First, Israel plans on showing images and videos from October 7th to try and justify their genocidal activities. South Africa pre-countered this argument by stating that these images are irrelevant. Nothing can ever justify genocide. No exceptions can be made that would allow Israel to violate the Genocide Convention. Second, Israel plans on walking back the genocidal statements made by their government officials. South Africa undermined this by arguing that the comments cannot be reinterpreted after the fact, and provided numerous examples of explicit genocidal statements made by Israeli leaders that trickled down to soldiers on the battlefield, who then acted in accordance with these statements. South Africa says Israel's argument that we did not mean it or it was taken out of context is without merit, because the statements were repeated and reiterated several times in every sphere of the Israeli state. Third, South Africa established the stated intent to commit genocide and then provided numerous forms of evidence proving that Israel not only committed gross war crimes but also cut off the population from food, water, medicine, and fuel. There are many parts to the South African case against Israel, and all of them are brilliant. What were your favorite parts about South Africa's argument? Comment them below.
Yeah, do that. So this is a bit of a side. Do you know any of these people, Care Bear? This is none other than Charles Dance, right? AKA Tywin Lannister. So I spoke earlier, right, about how this wasn't covered by mainstream media, right? Well, you done fucked up, right. AA Ron, okay? Because here are these actors now reading it for us because you didn't showcase their actual words. So let's hear that.
Place the acts of genocide in the broader context of Israel's conduct towards Palestinians during its 75-year-long apartheid, its 56-year-long belligerent occupation of Palestinian territory, and its 16-year-long blockade of Gaza, including the serious and ongoing violations of international law associated therewith, including grave breaches of the Fourth Geneva Convention.
South Africa is highly cognizant of the facts
Sir Davos, the Onion Knight,
are distinct from other violations of international law sanctioned or perpetrated by the Israeli government and military in Gaza, including intentionally directing attacks against the civilian population, civilian objects, and buildings dedicated to religion, education, art, science, historic monuments, hospitals, and places where the sick and wounded are collected.
United Nations chiefs
Edmund
and the
Tully.
International Committee of the Red Cross, no strangers to conflict situations, have called what is unfolding in Gaza a crisis of humanity.
Okay. So, yeah. They literally went word for word, Collin, the entire thing. They've been putting it out over the days. If you go to the Palestinian literature, I think that's the website, like festival, that's it. Palestinian Literature Festival has been putting these up. So, you know, let's look at the other members here. We got all these peeps. This guy, I forget his name right off bat, but I will remember it here in a second. Fucking Peter Mullen, right? It's fucking Peter Mullen. Susan Sarandon, of course. The inconceivable guy. Inconceivable! That guy, he's here. You know? Where's that at? I have that somewhere. I do believe. Where's it at?
Inconceivable!
That guy. From the Princess Brides. Yeah. So next, right? So these people, right? Sex in the City, right? This lady up here, Cynthia Nixon.
Cynthia Nixon.
Right.
Yeah.
So Charles Dance, Liam Cunningham, Khalil Abdullah. I mean, this is their entire group. Carice Van Houten, right? Lena Headley was in this, right? Cersei Lannister. So definitely some big names. So Peter Mullen, Tobias Menzies, that's Edmund Tully. Where was that comedian? Wallace Shawn. But yeah, I mean, tons of people. So definitely good people to support, right? So, but yeah, last on the list for these, our friend Fee, right? Talking about the 100 days of Gaza, which is important.
It's been 100 days of war in Gaza, yet with Palestinian deaths mounting, there's no apparent end in sight.
Come on.
Israel continues steadfast in meeting its goal of destroying Hamas by any means necessary.
No one will stop us. Not The Hague, not the axis of evil, nor anyone else. It is viable and necessary that we continue until victory, and that is what we will do.
While Israel excuses its deadly operation by saying it's targeting Hamas, the aftermath of the bombings all across Gaza can leave even the most stoic of onlookers in tears. To put it into perspective, 24,000 Palestinians have been killed and more than 60,000 are wounded. 1.4 million people are in shelters facing a looming famine. Civilian infrastructure, schools, hospitals, and waterways have all been destroyed. The UN says that Gaza is now basically uninhabitable.
The massive death, destruction, displacement, hunger, loss, and grief of the last 100 days are staining our shared humanity.
South Africa has accused Israel of committing genocide at the International Court of Justice, providing facts that contradict Israel's narrative.
Israel's special genocidal intent is rooted in the belief that, in fact, the enemy is not just the military wing of Hamas, or indeed Hamas generally, but is embedded in the fabric of Palestinian life in Gaza.
This intent is evident from Israel's conduct in specially targeting Palestinians living in Gaza, using weaponry that causes large-scale homicidal destruction, designating safe zones for Palestinians to seek refuge, and then bombing these.
Israel contested all of the accusations and sent their own legal team to the ICJ, denying the bombing of hospitals in Gaza and assuring they were following international law.
In urban warfare, civilian casualties may be the unintended but lawful result of attacks on lawfully military objectives. International humanitarian law recognizes this reality and provides a framework for balancing military necessity.
So we'll get to that.
Out Israel's narrative. And despite Washington ramping up its weapons supplies to Tel Aviv, even they are starting to falter in their support.
Israel's security can rest on the United States, but right now it has more than the United States. It has the European Union. It has Europe. It has most of the world supporting them. But they are starting to lose that support by indiscriminate bombing that takes place.
Palestinian civilians must be able to return home as soon as conditions allow. They cannot, they must not be pressed to leave Gaza. We reject the statements by some Israeli ministers and lawmakers calling for a resettlement of Palestinians outside of Gaza. These statements are irresponsible, they're inflammatory.
Washington has even warned that Israel may actually lose the war if they continue down this path.
The lesson is not that you can win in urban warfare by protecting civilians. The lesson is that you can only win in urban warfare by protecting civilians.
But it seems like Israel is not open to its partners' criticism as it showers Gaza with more airstrikes. Things are so bad that some Israeli civilians are calling for Netanyahu's removal, angry that he's treating Israeli hostages as collateral damage. So with what's happening in Gaza being called, quote, the deadliest conflict in the 21st century, and with the death toll continuing to rise, it all begs the question, what can actually be done to stop it all?
Well,
divestment.
Yes, one of.
Which.
So, but last thing.
You know.
So this is how the ICJ is expected to vote. I've not heard when that's actually happening. Right? I asked Fee. She pretty much said, like, no idea. And, you know, not yet. So, pro-genocide, U.S., Germany, Australia, India, Uganda, Japan. Right? Pro-humanity, Brazil, Morocco, Lebanon, Somalia, Jamaica, Slovakia, and the swing votes, Russia, China, and France. Okay?
Oh, God.
So, yep. A little bit to end on, right? South Africa comes to the aid of Palestine by invoking the Genocide Convention. Just some accurate cartoons, right? So this is titled Evidence, right? I felt like it was very fitting. So,
yeah.
Yep. So let us know what you think. Leave a comment. You know, plenty of stuff to talk about in that segment. So, and please share.
We're not done.
Yeah, we're not done. We have the next day to do. So I knew these would be long. I'm sorry, but deal with it. But yeah, help us get to 2K. Subscribe. We appreciate you doing that. So, anyway, let me go check Rockfin and Rumble before we get to this. So, but check in on chat.
Fanto, thank you for this in advance. This is probably going to be the longest.
Yes, I'm sorry, Fanto. It's long. So people over on the Rockfin, Arim's holding it down over there. Good for you, Arim. You can find links to our Rockfin and stuff in the description below. So, but yeah, you ready? You ready for this, Care Bear?
No.
No. So
No, we could skip this.
Too bad. No, we can't, unfortunately.
Yes, we can. We don't need to see this. We know what they're going to say.
Yeah, but it's worse than that. So I cannot find
what do you
the
mean
internet.
Worse?
Yes. So let's talk about this, right? We've just covered the South African comments at the ICJ. So we're now also going to cover the Israel's comments at the ICJ. So you can check our last segment out for that. So first off, me and you both noticed, right, that they cannot find the International Court of Justice hearing on CNN, BBC, Channel 4, Fox News, MSNBC, CNBC, CBS, NBC, I-24, DW, Sky News, or any mainstream channel. Only Al Jazeera English so far. And I know, again, Consortium News, Roar Media, they also had coverage, so appreciate them. But your boy was premonition, Care Bear. January 11th. How much you want to bet mainstream media will cover the Israeli statements at the ICJ in stark contrast to the radio silence during the South African statements? Just calling it now. Guess what I got to do? I got to fucking gloat. Called it, bitches. Right? So there's Fox News, Sky News, and ABC making sure they covered it, and there were quite a few others that jumped on. Look, great minds think alike. Richie Medhurst, mainstream media are now broadcasting Israel's defense. Yesterday, they were nowhere to be found. When South Africa meticulously laid bare Israel's Holocaust of Gaza, if I were Israel, I'd rather they not show today's hearing. It's actually that bad. Okay.
But they did.
What they did. So, low key, the same channels that completely ignored South Africans' presentation at the International Court of Justice are now live streaming Israel's response to it. Seems racist. So, Chip Gibbons has a whole little thread that he has, right? So, in a few minutes, Israel will be presenting its response to South Africa's claims of genocide before the International Court. Much like yesterday, it will be live tweeting the oral argument, right? So, Israel ambassador is speaking. In an age of identity politics, we reach for the most outrageous word, genocide. Doesn't apply to brutality against civilians in war. It has a more specific meaning. So that's where we're starting, Care Bear. So, this guy, right? Remember him eye-rolling last segment, right? We're going to get to him speaking. Yes. So just buckle up. You're going to need it. I'm sorry. First off, I'm sorry.
First, that if there have been acts that may be characterized as genocidal, then they have been perpetrated against Israel.
Bro, that's where we're starting. That's where we're starting. Us for the next 3 hours. Fuck, dude. Okay, in context, it is a matter of public record that South Africa joins close relations with Hamas.
If there are any provisional measures that should appropriately be indicated here, they are
hashtag everyone take a shot every time you hear Hamas.
Bro, you're going to kill people's livers. Don't do that.
Close relations with Hamas, despite its formal recognition as a terrorist organization by numerous states across the world. These relations have continued unabated even after the October 7th atrocities. South Africa has long hosted and celebrated its ties with Hamas figures, including a senior Hamas delegation that incredibly visited the country for a, quote, solidarity gathering just weeks after the massacre.
Proof?
In justifying instituting proceedings,
dude, they don't have any of that. Don't ask that.
South Africa makes much of its obligations under the Genocide Convention.
I'm still going to say it.
I feel you.
It seems fitting then that it be instructed to comply with those obligations itself, to end its own language of delegitimization of Israel's existence, end its support for Hamas, and use its influence with this organization so that Hamas permanently ends its campaign of genocidal terror.
Oh, Care Bear. They have sexual relations with Hamas. So, you know, don't worry about it. Yeah, so great start, right?
Yeah,
Good start.
Let's keep going.
Nico House,
just move.
Trust me, I've got it. I got good stuff between things. So, Nico House, I'm confused. Let's just say it's true that South African government has close relations with Hamas. Does that somehow mean Israel didn't kill kids, target hospitals, churches, and refugee camps? I don't think these people understand the assignment. So, Nico killing it? So, Israel's legal team claims that South Africa's case profoundly distorted factual and legal picture, claiming it seeks to erase Jewish history. Okay? You mean like this history? Is this the history we're erasing? Them mentioning Holocaust survivors when Holocaust survivors are living below the poverty line in Israel. 1/3 of Israeli Holocaust survivors live in poverty. This is the AP. It's the AP. All right. So do you think it's the only word they know, Collin?
Hamas of Hamas, 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 Hamas is Hamas of Hamas, 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 Hamadi, Hamas, Hamas is Hamas, 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 Hamas to Hamas, at Hamas and Hamas, 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 Hamas. By Hamas, 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 if Hamas, Hamas, by Hamas, Hamas of Hamas, 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 Hamas.
That was one guy.
That
was one dude. That was one dude. That was one dude.
I didn't think he said it that many times.
Yeah.
In that clip.
So, enter this fucking Disney villain looking motherfucker. Breaking, Israel's legal team says October 7th was the real genocide in this situation. Will the real genocide please stand up, they ask. So, this is huge, Care Bear. This is Ynet, right? Top Israeli newspaper, Yeduith Aronoth, confirms Israel used the Hannibal Directive on October 7th, which calls to kill Israeli hostages along with their captors. This is the exact quote from the paper. This is an Israeli paper, okay? At midnight on October 7th, the IDF ordered all of its combat units in practice to use the Hannibal Directive. Although without clearly mentioning this explicit name, the order was to stop at all costs any attempt by Hamas terrorists to return to Gaza. That is despite the fear that some of them have hostages. It is estimated that about 1,000 terrorists and infiltrators were killed in the area between the Otaf settlements and the Gaza Strip. It is not clear at this time how many of the hostages were killed due to the activation of this command. In the week after the attack, soldiers of elite units checked out 70 vehicles that were left in the area between the Otaf settlement and the Gaza Strip. These are vehicles that did not reach Gaza because on the way they were shot by a combat helicopter, an anti-tank missile, or a tank that at least in some cases, everyone in the vehicle was killed. Okay, we're going to bring up October 7th, right? So, here's some more boldface lies.
The immediate and proximate context for the specific allegations of genocide claimed by South Africa lies in the events of the 7th of October, when Hamas militants and other armed groups and individuals stormed into the internationally recognized sovereign territory of Israel and committed acts of barely credible atrocity. It was these events that truly constitute the real context for South Africa's allegations. Indeed, such acts may be seen as the real genocide in this situation. As the President of the European Commission put it on the 19th of October, There was no limit to the blood Hamas terrorists wanted to spill. They went home by home. They burned people alive. They mutilated children and even babies. Why? Because they were Jews. Because they were living in the state of Israel.
Okay,
and Hamas's explicit goal is to eradicate Jewish life from the Holy Land. These terrorists, supported by their friends in Tehran, will never stop. And so Israel has the right to defend itself in line with humanitarian law.
Who is that? Who's president of the European Union? Someone in chat going to beat you to it? Right? That's who said that, right? President of the European Commission. Right? Who is that? Who is that? Cue Jeopardy music. No? Anyone at home?
I actually have no idea.
The immediate
you know her, you love her. Ursula von der Leyen. Okay? In defending Israel at the ICJ, Malcolm Shaw, is who you just heard, opens with a patently false statement by EU's Ursula von der Leyen claiming Hamas butchered many babies on October 7th. Yet only one baby was killed on October 7th, Mila Cohen, shot by accident in Beirut. There's also no evidence that Hamas militants mutilated children, as Shaw and von der Leyen claim. The claim is based largely on testimony by known fabulist Yossi Landau of Zaka. Keep in mind, Shaw deployed von der Leyen's false statement as the linchpin of his claim that Hamas, not Israel, has committed genocide. Remember in our last segment, Collin, we said the ICJ has no jurisdiction over Hamas as they're not a state, and also that no. Right. So, look at this.
Because they were living in the state.
So what's that up on that? What's that?
Israel.
Boo this
is to eradicate Jewish life from the Holy Land.
Boo this man. Okay. So, who was there? Remember who's out there?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Claire Daly. Hashtag #FroGenocide strikes again. EU Commission President von der Leyen. Wrongful and reckless alignment of the EU with Israel relied upon in the ICJ in The Hague by Israel lawyer Malcolm Shaw to minimize, excuse, deny, and deflect from the genocide of which Israel stands accused. Here she is. You thought I wasn't going to let her speak last time, right? Well, just think again.
We have called Ursula von der Leyen Frau genocide. In my opinion, that is entirely what she is. She has no legal or moral authority to speak for anybody in the European Union, and yet she claims that Europe stands with Israel. That is patently wrong. The people of Europe, in their thousands and in their millions, stand with Palestine right across the board, and it is the leadership of Europe which is out of touch, not the people.
Yep. So, yeah, Claire Daly doing a damn thing.
We have called.
So, Israel's legal team calls South Africa a presentation of statements of genocidal intent, random assertions, and claims that expulsion orders using phone calls and leaflets is anything but genocidal intent. Okay? Israel's legal team, the only category before this court is genocide. Not every conflict is genocidal. If claims of genocide were to become the common currency of our conflict, the essence of this crime would be diluted and lost. Okay? So...
No, not this
appalling that South
asshole.
Africa has decided to play advocate for the devil and serve as the legal arm.
Wait, he
I'm
gets served
there,
up.
if I may, Mr. Levy, because
almost
every point
Okay.
I put to you or every question I ask you, you respond
with an answer that is not relevant to the question.
Well, let me answer directly then. The
Please.
lawyer there who is serving as the legal representative of Hamas, accusing Israel of genocide, is presenting a topsy-turvy reality in which Hamas does not exist, it hasn't taken hostages, Israel decided one bright morning to start bombing Gaza. On October 7th, we suffered an act of genocide. We suffered an act of genocide when Hamas invaded our country and burned, beheaded, tortured, mutilated, raped and abducted as many people as it could, as brutally as it could. And in response, we have launched a defensive campaign with the Hamas regime, so clear, and we have been pursuing them in full accordance with international law.
And that is disputed. I want to ask you about these comments made by Israeli politicians since October the 7th, and hopefully we can bring up the quotes. Here we are. This is your president. It's an entire nation out there that's responsible. He's referring to Gazans. Have a look at this. The next one. We are now actually rolling out the Gaza Nakba. Nakba, as people know, is a term for catastrophe after the 1948 war, a war used by Palestinians about ethnic cleansing. And we all have one common goal, erasing the Gaza Strip from the face of the earth. Can you see why some people believe that you absolutely don't want Palestinians any longer in Gaza?
We think we have been very clear, both in word and in deed.
In those words?
Well, Mr. Vachuri does not make decisions on security matters in Israel. We think we've been very clear, both in word and in deed, that the people of Gaza are not our enemy. Our enemy is the Hamas regime, and that is why we have gone further than any army in the history of the world to try to get civilians out of harm's way. Now, we just had the former...
I'm going to bring you back to the words of those politicians, if I may. We're now actually rolling out the Gaza Nakba. Nakba, the Palestinian term for ethnic cleansing. Those are the words of a government minister in your government.
Talk about a little bit of historical context, what the Palestinians refer to as the Nakba.
I'm just asking you about those words.
No, so I want to talk about that word Nakba. When the Palestinians use the word Nakba, they are referring to the consequences of the decision in 1948 to try to scuttle the creation of a Jewish state. Under the UN General Assembly resolution, they declared war in 1948. That war of annihilation did not go their way, and there were consequences as a result.
And how is that relevant to what your government minister has said now? Because what he is saying is we want to get rid of these people.
No, we do not want to get rid of these people. We have been very clear in word and in deed as a government and as the Prime Minister and the Defense Minister have said that we urge civilians to get to safety in the safe zone. We've been urging them to go to the safe zone.
Zones, you know that.
There is no. The Al-Mawasi zone has been rendered unsafe because Hamas has decided to shoot rockets out of it. Hamas decided to shoot rockets out of it, and the United Nations has said absolutely nothing about rockets being fired.
People near the Rafah crossing.
And it is absolutely tragic that Hamas continues to double down on its human shield strategy. I don't know whether your viewers understand the extent to which in the last 16 years, Hamas redesigned Gaza's cityscape in order to hide its military assets underneath civilian areas. And we have made extensive warnings for civilians to leave. We've placed 70,000 individual phone calls, dropped 7 million leaflets, 14 million phone calls, 14 million text messages. We have been going more than any army in history, and I'm quite happy to be fact-checked, more warnings than all armies in the history of counter-terrorism warfare put together to urge civilians to get out of harm's way. They are not our enemy. Our enemy is the rapist regime that perpetrated.
There is no such thing out of harm's way in Gaza. I'm going to pause you there because we're out of time.
Creation of safe areas.
We're out of time. She's out. No, thank you. So yeah. I want to wait for Collin to get back because the judges felt the same fucking way, Care Bear. Looky what we have here, Care Bear. Even the judges fell asleep. Bye. They're literally asleep, Collin. Look at them.
Dispute, leaving the other party flummoxed.
Can I just say this? Elon Levy is
a fucking dickhead.
It's a special type of snarmy that like
I know, I feel you.
He's the type that I would meet in a dark alley.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can talk all you want, but can you catch these hands, bro?
Yeah, it's on sight.
Leaving the other party.
Look at this dude. Look at him. He's fucking. We went night, Collin. He's like, oh, this is boring. That guy definitely. I think part of his strategy was to bore the judges.
Bore them to death.
Literally, I'm not even joking, Collin. I watched this shit cover to cover. Like, I think he literally, that was the strategy from this guy. So, look, literally look. This is the look. Okay. Like, so bro, it gets worse. It gets worse.
This is particularly difficult in such an egregious matter as an allegation of genocide.
Come on. No, come on.
Were understood.
Can I? Full screen. God, hold on.
That's a sign, Reef. That's
I
a
know.
sign. Don't
Would you
play.
hush?
This
Like,
is
get this
particularly
episode.
difficult
No.
in such an egregious matter as an allegation of genocide. Were understood by the...
This one isn't as long as my other one, so.
I know, but
I've lost a page.
I mean,
I'd rather watch the other one than this.
I feel you. You see what happened? Like,
yeah, he had nothing else to say. He's
he had his papers out of order.
Yeah, that's what I mean. He was just like,
So wait, look away.
Well, some has shuffled my papers.
This is why I want to watch this. I'm telling you, bro, we gotta watch. He blames someone else. Someone shuffled my papers. Who would have done it? Who would have suffered your papers? Who would have done it? Well, we have Collin. I have footage. I have footage of below the podium. I have
Question.
footage.
This approach appears also in Ukraine and Russia, where the court concluded that, on the basis of the evidence presented by the parties, it appears that some of the acts complained of by Ukraine fulfill this condition ability. In other words, the court was prepared to consider not only the question of the plausibility of rights, well, some has shuffled my papers. I've lost a page.
Oh, thank God.
Bro, and he also had, he like started coughing halfway through, had to like do a fucking shaky Mark Rubio drink of water. It was like, it was fucking amazing.
Question.
Fucking, all right. Someone has shuffled my papers. Israel's inability to take accountability for fucking anything. Okay? Stares motherfuckerly in unison. Look at this fucking king back here. Look at that. The fuck are you? Like, bro. Bro. So fucking good. I love it to death. Right? This has been me since I started watching.
Don't lie. You see, don't lie on the public platform.
Yeah. Don't
lie.
Don't lie.
Don't lie on the public platform.
Don't do it. That's definitely on the soundboard now, so thank you.
Yes.
Yeah. So same, bruh. Same. This fucking man. Look at him. He's done. He's fucking done. Okay. This fucking lady. All right, we're gonna get into the meat of it. All right, so.
Oh,
and
God.
here, you can see a weapon that IDF forces discovered hidden inside.
There we go.
Incubators at the hospital.
So, do you catch this fucking bullshit?
And here,
no, wait, what?
You can see a weapon that IDF forces discovered hidden inside incubators at the hospital.
So she is claiming that Hamas put a 9mm pistol in a baby incubator. That's what she's claiming. Okay. It's that simple. That's it. It's that level of dumbness. Right? Here's more of the dumb.
Damage to civilian structures is another fact claimed by South Africa as evidence of genocide. But South Africa does not consider the sheer extent to which Hamas uses ostensibly civilian structures for military purposes. Houses, schools, mosques, UN facilities, and shelters are all abused for military purposes by Hamas, including as rocket launching sites. Hundreds of kilometers of tunnels dug by Hamas under populated areas in Gaza often cause structures above to collapse. In the slides before you, you can see a militant priming projectiles for launch on IDF forces in Gaza. You can see the holes in the residential house to hide and launch them. Here, you can see projectiles discovered underneath a bed in a child's bedroom. Here, a rocket being fired from a school. The launch site is circled in red. Here you can see firing from a UN school. You can see the letters UN on the roof, and the fire is circled in red.
Can you see that? Can you see it says UN on the fucking roof? Neither could anybody else.
I cannot.
No. Fucking bullshit. I'm called bullshit on you. Bullshit, I say.
And here, long-range rocket launchers hidden inside a Scouts Club building.
Don't lie on the public platform.
Finally, you can see part of a tunnel that runs for 4 kilometers, including nearby the Erez crossing, which is adjacent to Israel. Gaza's infrastructure has certainly been harmed during the conflict. However, South Africa would have the court believe that Israel is deliberately and unlawfully destroying homes without cause, but harm caused to lawful military objectives and harm caused as a result of Hamas's actions is not evidence of genocide. South Africa also alleges that Israel has waged an assault on Gaza's health system. What South Africa has neglected to bring before the court, however, is the overwhelming evidence of Hamas's military use of such hospitals.
Look at him on his phone.
Hamas militants retreated to Rantisi Hospital in Gaza on October 7th with hostages from Israel, whom they then held in the basement. In the slide before you, you will see a militant going into Quds Hospital with an RPG.
When the person is
Hamas fired at IDF forces from near and from within the Quds Hospital. At Shifa Hospital, Gaza's largest, Hamas managed operations from a closed-off area. Here you can see an opening to the tunnel that ran for hundreds of meters directly under the hospital. Here, you can see the weapons found in different wings of the hospital.
Okay, this is an MRI center. Okay?
Right.
That's a lot of metal for an MRI center. I'm just saying.
Right.
Like.
And here, CCTV footage showing armed militants bringing hostages into the hospital's lobby. More than 80 militants hiding inside another hospital, the Adwan Hospital, surrendered themselves to the IDF. And here, you can see a weapon that IDF forces discovered hidden inside incubators at the hospital.
Collin, what do we know about the Geneva Code and what it states about bombing hospitals?
It's illegal.
It's a war crime. Does it matter if there's militants inside it?
It does not.
Yeah. So, just, you know.
Director of the hospital has.
Right, it's like that's not even the same hallway.
Right. Right. So, let's go back. This is Vice. Okay? And he's gonna talk about missiles in civilian places. Okay?
I put the gun down. Israel will not stop killing us. We know the enemy. We tried everything with him. I'm talking about 3 deadly wars, 14 years of the siege. We're not talking about 1 or 2 or 3 years. There's no other solutions but this weapon.
A lot of the world thinks that you guys are a terrorist organization. Doesn't that affect your credibility?
You are saying that the US consider us as a terrorist because we are targeting civilians, but what about the Israelis?
The fact that you're down here in tunnels that have been built under civilian areas, you're launching rockets from civilian areas as well, doesn't that mean that you're endangering Palestinians that you claim to be fighting for?
Whatever happened, if we go down to our tunnels, if we stayed on our homes, if we stay sleeping and dreaming, the Israeli occupation will keep targeting the civilians. So you can say that this is the nature of the enemy. We are sacrificing ourselves and our times and everything we do in order to ensure a better future for our children.
But are you also not sacrificing the civilians that are directly above you?
Of course, we don't want them to get killed or to get targeted, but this is the only choice we have. This is what we can do, and they are supporting us. The one who started this war, not Hamas or not the Palestinians, but the Israeli occupation. And
but you guys fired the first rockets.
Who said that? We warned them. We told them not to storm our holy land. We're talking about a holy site for Muslims. It doesn't mean that the first rocket was launched from Gaza, mean that we started the war. The first aggression is the occupation. They stormed our home. So it will keep going unless the Israelis stop their occupying for our lands.
Any questions?
No.
No, yeah. So, do you remember that attack on that mosque? Me and Indy sure do. We covered it. Here's what it looked like from the inside. I mean, looks like American police forces is what it looks like.
Yeah.
But it is not. That's the IDF. So, beating women and children. So, look at my boy. Look at him.
Is the overwhelming evidence of Hamas's military use
what am I
of
gonna
such
get for
hospitals.
dinner later? You know, like, I found that very funny, as did you. So, also a little funny bit.
Entry of aid into Gaza. Israel, as publicly stated.
Did she just call it Israel? Because she sure did.
Entry of aid into Gaza. Israel, as
Yep, that's what it was. Israel. So, this one.
Hospitals have not been bombed. Rather, the IDF sends soldiers to search and dismantle military infrastructure, reducing damage and disruption. Indeed, the tunnel that sat directly under the main building in Shifa Hospital was exploded without damaging the building above. The IDF then withdrew from the hospital.
So all this justification of bombing a hospital, right? But we never did that. So do you think she's telling the truth there?
No.
Because this man doesn't.
Hello, who are you and why are you here?
Nick Maynard. I'm a surgeon in Oxford, and I've been going to Gaza for nearly 15 years, and I've just come out to Gaza.
The ICJ on Friday, the Israeli Defense Legal Team, said they're doing everything they can to safeguard hospitals in Gaza. Is that your experience?
Not at all. I saw the Israeli Defense Force destroy a hospital in 2014, the Al Wafa hospital. I visited just after that, having visited it before, and it was destroyed and reduced to rubble. On this occasion in Al-Aqsa Hospital, a week ago, I was in the hospital when an Israeli missile hit the intensive care unit. So I have seen incontrovertible evidence they attack hospitals.
And some people say, well, that's because they've got some Hamas inside the hospital firing missiles. Was that the case when the missile hit?
It was a single shot, a single missile that hit the hospital. There was no gunfire going on. I was in the hospital. There was no Hamas militants at all.
Any questions for people playing at home?
No, he's anti-Semitic though.
Oh, true. Yeah, just by wearing the kuffia, he's anti-Semitic.
Hello, who are you?
Next. Thank you. So, while being on trial for genocide, Israel just bombed Khan Yunis in Gaza, resulting in casualties. So, in case you were wondering what they were up to while we were distracted by this. So, Germany intends to intervene as a third party in the ICJ genocide case against Israel, Care Bear. Germany says South Africa's case against Israel has no basis whatsoever and intends to intervene as a third party, right? Here we go. We firmly reject the accusation of genocide made against Israel. It has no basis whatsoever. We will therefore speak as a third party in the main hearing before the International Court of Justice. Okay?
I hope you're pulling out what I hope.
Well, Germany protecting fascists during a genocide. In other news, water is wet. Fiorella
Right.
Isabel. So you're talking about this right here?
Yes.
Uh-huh. And I'm gonna read this bitch. So Namibia rejects Germany's support of the genocide of the 20th century in 1904, 1908, in which tens of thousands of innocent Namibians, tens of thousands of innocent Namibians died in the most inhumane and brutal conditions. The German government is yet to fully atone for the genocide it's committed on Namibian soil. Therefore, in light of Germany's inability to draw lessons from its horrific history, President Heigenagabov expresses deep concern with the shocking decision communicated by the government of the Federal Republic of Germany yesterday on the 12th of January, right? In which it rejected the morally upright indictment brought forward by South Africa before the ICJ that Israel's committing genocide against Palestinians, worryingly ignoring the violent deaths of over 23,000 Palestinians in Gaza, and various UN reports disturbingly highlighting the international displacement of 85% of civilians in Gaza amid acute shortage of food and essential service. The German government has chosen to defend in the ICJ the genocidal and gruesome acts of the Israeli government against innocent civilians in Gaza, the occupied territories. But wait, there's more. Germany cannot morally express commitment to the UN Convention Against Genocide, including atonement for the genocide in Namibia, while supporting the equivalent of a Holocaust and genocide in Gaza. Various international organizations such as Human Rights Watch have chillingly concluded that Israel is committing war crimes. President Janigab relates his call made on 31 December. No peace-loving human being can ignore the carnage waged against Palestine and Gaza. In that vein, President Janigab appeals to the German government to reconsider its untimely decision to intervene as a third party in defense and support of the genocidal acts of Israel before the ICJ. Okay. So, Sabby Sabs.
In other words, sit
Go ahead.
down.
Yeah.
Shut the fuck up, Germany.
Keep my
You
wife's
have no
name
right to
out your
talk.
mouth. So the same so again, Prime Minister Justin Trudeau denies that Israel has been committing genocide, that his country rejects the premise of South Africa's case at the ICJ, right? Savvy Sabs, the same Justin Trudeau that wore blackface in against South Africa's claim against Israel. Shocker. Okay, so, Collin, we do have a Hamas counter, okay, for the ICJ trial, right? So 134 times.
I have a Hamas counter! Hamas counter! And I'm gonna tally up every time they say Hamas. I'm probably gonna fill up this whole board. We're gonna see together.
from Hamas's own. It's unsurprising, therefore, thousands of Hamas and other militants breached Israeli...
Despite Hamas's attempts at obstruction.
This one's gonna be a long one, folks.
The same Hamas has built the desired outcomes of Hamas.
Someone has shuffled my papers.
Someone has shuffled? Yeah. Hamas did it. We have ended with 137 Hamas mentions in this 3-hour session. This is the final Hamas counter. Probably even more than this, because they say it so much. I probably missed some of them. So one every minute on average almost. This is too much. For Hamas not being the issue, this is unacceptable. This is inappropriate. This is not allowed. For Hamas not being the issue, which it is not. If they wanted to target Hamas, then target Hamas. But you are targeting innocent civilians. 12,000 kids have been killed so far in the past 3 months. I'm not talking about any day before that, any day before October 7th. I'm not talking about the thousands of prisoners, quote unquote, which are hostages that are held hostage in jails in the West Bank. Thousands of which are not charged for any crimes at all. I'm not talking about them. I'm not talking about the kids that have been dying. I'm not talking about any of that. I'm only talking about since October 7th till today, 12,000 kids have been killed, thousands under the rubble which have not been found. Hundreds of families wiped off the record, wiped off the radar. Every single family member in hundreds of families are completely gone. Last names have been completely demolished. This is unacceptable. Hamas is not the issue. You are killing innocent lives. You are killing kids. You are killing babies. You're killing pregnant women. You are killing innocent people. This should not be a thing. Every minute you are mentioning Hamas. This is disgusting, unacceptable. The genocide in Gaza must stop. The occupation in Palestine must be put to an end. The apartheid of Israel must be put to an end. We need to see a free Palestine from the river to the sea. And when we say from the river to the sea, what do we mean? Give the Palestinians equal rights is what we mean. There are 65 Israeli laws that go against Arabs that live in Israel. Okay, you cannot tell me that there is no apartheid. You cannot tell me that there are no illegal settlements in the West Bank. You cannot tell me that Gaza has not been blockaded for the past 16 years and water, electricity, and every source of human needs is controlled by Israel, land, air, and sea. You cannot tell me that 2 million Gazans have been displaced in the past 3 months, majority of which have been displaced for the second time, multiple times. Majority of those that were displaced in Gaza in the past 3 months were displaced in 1948 during the Nakba of 1948, where 750,000 Palestinians were displaced from their homes, hundreds of villages were destroyed, and thousands were killed. There's no Hamas in power in the West Bank, and there's an occupation going on with illegal settlements and thousands being held hostage. And the occupation started in 1967 for the West Bank. If you want to be like more technical, 56 years of occupation. And Hamas has been around since 1988. That is less than 56 years. Anyways, love you guys. Hamza signing off. Hamza. Free Palestine. Free Palestine. End of the stream. I'm done. I have a Hamas.
So, this guy, right, at Hamza _1948. Go follow him.
Let's go. I have a
Thank you. Okay, so during the trial, they brought these women, this footage down here at the bottom. Okay. See, the video is still processing, but I don't need it because we know these people. These are the dancing TikTok Israeli ladies, right? So is there a reason these people on your screen are unworthy of protection? I don't know. Maybe because they are IOF soldiers who were gleefully making TikToks and then threw on some makeup and pretended to be hostages. So that's one of the things brought in the trial. So, here next. Okay. This is Israel's defense summary, okay?
Honorable Matisa.
Hong, 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 like that.
Honorable
member.
Matisa.
Yes. Hong, hong, hong.
Honorable Matisa.
Hong, hong.
Honorable Matisa.
That's the only thing that she knows.
Honorable Matisa.
Yes.
Hong Hong. I love that one. So me, if I was there at the ICJ. Anyway, did you see what they put this man in after this, by the way? This was in America. And like they put man in like the whole fucking Silence of the Lambs mask afterwards. It was crazy. Oh shit. So anyway, sending love to all South African Jews today. I can't imagine their pain and trauma and feelings of betrayal at the hands of the South. They were fine. They were fine. They were good. They were good. They were just fine. So don't worry about it. But so Israel at the ICJ, we tell people to flee our bombs if we want to commit it. Why would we tell people to flee if we wanted to commit genocide? Israel in practice. Israel said Gazans could flee to this neighborhood. Then it was hit. Using on-the-ground footage, satellite imagery, and mapping software, Sky News found that a building in Del Arbala was hit on 5th December, one day after Israel told civilians they could flee to the city. Okay, that's Sky News. So, you know, for those not watching Israel's arguments, they're not actually arguing that they haven't committed genocide. They're saying the ICJ should dismiss the case based on the way South Africa submitted the application. I repeat, Israel is not denying that it is committing genocide. So, Fiorella, Isabella, you know her, too long didn't read from Israel's defense today. They really said this stuff. We did nothing wrong, didn't violate international law. Lies. October 7th was the real a big lie. Israel has every right to defend, lol. Israel is only at war with Hamas. Sure. Israel has done everything to protect civilians. Ha! You're all anti-Semitic and predictable. South Africa works with Hamas. Yikes.
Racist. You should have said racist. Racist.
Yeah, yep. So this is Craig Murray, and he was there as well, right? You can check out this article at craigmurray.org.uk. He covered both days. So what do I think will happen? Some sort of compromise? The judges will issue provisional measures different to South Africa's request, asking Israel to continue to take measures to protect the civilian pop or some such guff. Doubtless the State Department have drafted something like this for the president of the court, the American John Donahue. That was the chief judge. I hope I am wrong. I would hate to give up on international law. One thing I do know for certain, these 2 days in The Hague were absolutely crucial for deciding if there is any meaning left in notions of international law and human rights. I still believe action by the court could cause the US and UK to back off and provide some measures of relief for now. Let us all pray or wish each in our own way for the children of Gaza. So Craig Murray killing it. Again, how ICJ is expected to vote. Pro-genocide, pro-humanity, and the swing votes. In case people were wondering. Right? So, you know, Robert Durden, 100 days of genocide, 100 days of innocents buried under concrete, 100 days of children flattened, 100 days of doctors doing surgery as their hospitals are bombed with no anesthesia, 100 days of Zionists losing the narrative. We won't forget these 100 days. And a fitting little cartoon to showcase the second day of Israel on trial at the ICJ. Wasn't me, pretty much. So make sure to leave a comment, share, like and subscribe, and help INN get to 2K. Collin, any thoughts?
I do appreciate you putting in some funnies in there.
Yeah, I had to. You weren't, and I definitely didn't bring nearly as much as I had for South Africa because that stuff was just better. But
yeah, I mean, you didn't need to. But
no,
yeah, But I am hoping, as Craig said, I hope there is within The Hague that there is some semblance of justice here.
Yeah.
Because if they get this wrong,
dude, I mean, this is what people are saying, that this is the court on trial themselves. So, you know, it's essentially like, are they guilty or innocent? And we'll see.
Right.
I'll let you know. So,
but all the same, well, I can argue millions really of lives are at stake here. So, you know, not just in Gaza, but the world at large, because the Arab community is watching. We are watching. And so if the ICJ gets this wrong, then really, can we really trust any aspect of our judicial system anywhere in the world?
Yeah.
So yeah, Bryce is saying they get this wrong, this is it. So we'll see what happens, but I think South Africa did the damn thing.
Yeah.
I mean, no matter what happens, it just so that, and I said this on Twitter, when Black people, when we are prepared for shit, and we come on the ready, you know, we change the world. And let's hope that their efforts actually amount to some justice.
Laura Baza on the Rockfin gave us a $2 tip, so appreciate you. But yeah, we love getting support like that. So also you can links to all of us are down in the description, where you can find other ways to support us, since YouTube isn't monetized right now, but hopefully we should get that back soon. Anything else, Care Bear? Oh, tomorrow night, Patrick McFarlane and Misty and myself will be doing a anti-war INN Unity stream on Palestine. So please tune in tomorrow night at 8 p.m. Eastern for that. So
watch Jesse Jett's album listening party from last night.
Yep.
If you missed it, please, you know, re-listen. Well, the stream got cut, so there's 2 parts. So please,
and you said Angel in the afternoon on Friday, so go check that out. And I know Jesse's gonna be on Misty's Friday as well. That's at 5 p.m. Eastern on TNT Radio Live. So should be able to find that. I think that's about it for the most part.
Yeah.
So
I'm tired.
But me too. Sorry, tonight was long, but important. But yeah. So as always, kids, labels are bad. Stay independent. Good night, fam.
Have a good week, everyone.
We want to talk right down to earth in a language that everybody here can easily understand.
Bye, have a great time.